It is, yeah.
So,
Okay.
before we start, I just wanted to say the applicant messaged me that they raised their hand, but it seems nobody seems to have seen it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he'll be promoted once his item starts.
Okay, so I'm just going to say we saw that.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready to go?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, all right. This is May 6, 2020, and I'm going to call the meeting of Mountain View's Environmental Planning Commission to order at 7:02 p.m. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N-2920, dated March 17, 2020. All members of the EPC are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainviewlegistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for an item by signing up at mountainview.gov/EPC_speakers0506. Emails and voicemail messages received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the EPC. Emails received after 5 p.m. and prior to the close of the public comment period for the agenda item will be read into the record by city staff, and any voicemail messages received will be played by city staff. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. Now I will ask Planner Abutalabi to proceed with roll call. You're on mute, Planner Abutalabi.
Okay. Commissioner Cranston?
Present.
Commissioner Holbrook?
Present.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Here.
Commissioner Lowe?
Here.
Commissioner Yin?
Here.
Commissioner Schmeezing?
Present.
Chair Cox?
Here.
I believe all members of the commission are present.
Thank you, Planner Abutalabi. Okay, now we will move on to item 3, which is the minutes. We have minutes for the Environmental Planning Commission meetings of September 4th, 2019, October 2nd, 2019, and October 12th, 2019, and October 16th, 2019. So is there anyone on the EPC that would like to make a comment or suggest an amendment or change to the minutes? All right, I'll take that as a no. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the minutes? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Planner Abutalabi will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Planner Abutalabi, are there any speakers?
I do not see any attendees with their hands raised, nor panelists.
Okay. Emails received by 5 p.m. were forwarded to the EPC. Planner Abutalabi, have you received public comment on this item by email since 5 p.m. or by voicemail?
Not received any correspondence for the minutes item.
Okay. Planner Abutalabi, are there any additional members of the public on the line who have indicated they want to speak on this item?
I do not see any, Chair Cox.
Okay. Then, not having any public comment on this item, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes by one of the commissioners. It looks like Commissioner Hangmeyer has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair Pat. Before making a motion, I just wanted to comment that I was only present at the September 4th meeting. The October meetings I was on maternity leave, so I will be abstaining from October 2nd, 12th, and 16th.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? Vice Chair Cranston.
Similarly, I was not in attendance at the meeting on the 14th, sorry, the 12th, so I will be abstaining for that item.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Schmiesing. You're on.
Sorry, yes. As I am new to the commission, I was not present at any of the meetings, so I will also be abstaining.
Okay. Are there any other commissioners wanting to note abstentions or make other comments on the minutes before? Commissioner Holbrook.
As I was not a commissioner at the time of the meetings, I'm not going to, I find abstain as well.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have something to say about the minutes? Okay, would a commissioner like to make the motion then? I see Commissioner Haymeyer with their hand up.
Chair Cox, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the September 4th minutes as submitted in the agenda packet, but I wouldn't be able to do that for the October meetings.
Okay. Let's just ask planning staff, is it okay should we do these separately given the abstentions, or can we take them together and qualify that those people who have spoken will be abstaining from those that they've said that they were going to be abstaining from because they weren't present? Eric?
Apologize, it's been a long time. Go ahead, Nicole.
I was gonna jump in. So yeah, so I think you could basically make one motion with it clear on the record in terms of who is abstaining from which ones, and do it as one. And then when Sarush reads it back, because it is a roll call vote, he can make that clarification if that works for the commission. You could do it either way, but that way might be the.
That seems like that's the speediest way to do it. So we'll let Commissioner Haymeyer go ahead and make the motion then.
Sure, I move to approve the minutes from item 3.1 for meetings September 4th, 2019, October 2nd, 2019, October 12th, 2019, and October 16th, 2019. Noting my abstention for the 2nd, 12th, and 16th meetings.
Okay. Is there a second? Let's see. Commissioner Lowe has her hand up.
A second.
Okay. All right. How shall we do the vote? Can we do it by a raising of hands, or?
I think you would do a roll.
Or
you could
do a roll call vote. Okay. Then we'll ask Planner Avatolabi to call the roll.
Yes. Commissioner Cranston?
Aye.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Holbrook?
Abstain.
Commissioner Lowe?
Aye.
Commissioner Schmiesing?
I abstain as well.
Commissioner Yin?
Aye.
And Chair Cox.
Aye. All right, thank you. Let's move on to then the next item. Next item is item 4, oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the EPC on matters not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the Commission from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on a non-agenda item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Planner Abutalabi will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Planner Abutalabi, do you see any raised hands?
I do not, Chair.
Okay. Emails received by 5 p.m. were forwarded to the EPC. Planner Abutalabi, have you received public comment on this item by email since 5 p.m. or by voicemail?
Not for this item. No, I have not.
Okay. And Planner Abutalabi, are there any additional members of the public on the line who have indicated they want to speak on this item?
There are not.
Okay. Having heard that from Planner Abutalabi, I will close item number 4, oral communications from the public, and move on to item number 5, which is a public hearing on project proposal for 1001 North Shoreline Boulevard residential development. But first, do any commissioners wish to make disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? I can start by saying I did meet with the applicant and I have visited the site on several occasions. And Commissioner Haymeyer?
Yes, I've met with the applicant and I found and visited the site as well.
Vice Chair Cranston?
And I've met with the applicant and visited the site on multiple occasions.
Okay. Commissioner Lowe?
I have met with the applicant and visited the site once.
Okay. And Commissioner Sneezing?
I also met with the applicant and have visited the site multiple times.
Okay. And Commissioner Holbrook?
I have met with the applicant and visited the site as well.
Okay. All right, then. Not seeing any other new hands raised. I will...
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble raising my hand in Zoom right now. So I'll just say, this is Commissioner Yin, that I too have met with the applicant and have visited the site.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Yin. All right. So having heard from the commissioners and that all of them have gone to the site and also met with the applicant, we will ask, is there a staff presentation on this item?
Yes, we do. And everyone is able to see the screen now, the presentation.
I can see it.
Okay. Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Diana Pancholi, Senior Planner with the City's Planning Division, and I have with me tonight Rebecca Shapiro, our Deputy Zoning Administrator. The item in front of you tonight is a planned community development at the 1001 North Shoreline Boulevard for a mixed-use development proposal. The 7-acre project site is a single parcel, and it is currently developed with an office development with surface parking lot. The project site is located to the northeast corner of Shoreline Boulevard and Cherabella Avenue, and is currently zoned for limited industrial and general industrial. As the phase 1 of development on this site, a office development was constructed in 2017. And in terms of the Gatekeeper Authorization, this is a Gatekeeper project. Council authorized staff time for this project in December 2015 for a mixed-use development project on site.
Since then, an informal application was submitted, and EPC and City Council study sessions were conducted in early 2017 for initial feedback on the project design and the project proposal. As part of the study session, the EPC and City Council supported the project design and also supported use of shared parking on site between the users using reduced parking ratio lower than the model parking standards. The City Council also directed staff to conduct a retail study in order to understand feasibility of retail on site, because City Council supported having a retail use on site as a component of the project. Council also directed staff to conduct a project-specific fiscal financial study in order to understand the community benefit contribution for this project. Following the direction from the EPC and City Council, the applicant has revised the project and has worked with staff on iteration of the project. The project in front of you tonight is a proposal for a mixed-use development on this site, which is consisting of 303 residential units. The project will have 2 7-story residential buildings with 2 levels of podium parking. This includes 203 apartments and 100 condominium units. The project will also include a 6-story parking garage, which will be providing the parking requirement for the existing office building on site. As part of the project, the applicant is also proposing 23 heritage tree removals, and a 3,000 square foot ground floor retail space is also proposed as part of the apartment building. The project is proposing the apartments and condominium units, which will be consisting of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. The proposed buildings use a contemporary architectural style with high-quality details, finishes, and unique design expressions. All the 3 buildings, including the parking garage building for the office use, varies between 6 and 7 stories with a maximum height of 87 foot and 3 inches. The buildings use various transition strategies in order to create better transition within the development as well as within the surrounding residential neighborhoods. All the strategies aim to provide clear building base, all the architectural design elements create clear building base, middle, top, and incorporate striking design elements to create visual interest. This project is located at the Shoreline Boulevard Gateway, and the project was designed to create a strong sense of arrival to the city. The project does include a common plaza area as well that serves as a key hub for pedestrian access throughout the site and daily interaction between the office users, the residents, and the neighborhood as well. Through the design review process, the plaza and the project entrance design has been refined with use of accent paving materials, in-ground lighting, and interesting landscaping as well. The project is proposing shared parking as directed and supported by the City Council during the April 2017 study session. The project will be providing 204 spaces in the apartment parking garage, with 203 dedicated spaces for the residents and 41 unbundled spaces to be used between the residents and the guests. 128 dedicated spaces will be provided in the condominium parking garages. 52 surface parking spaces will be available to be used between retail, office, residential guests, and 359 spaces will be provided for office parking in the office parking garage. The project is also proposing 40 below market rate units. This includes 15% BMR units as part of the apartment development and 10% BMR units as part of the condominium development. The project site currently has 341 trees on site, out of which 32 are categorized as heritage trees. The project applicant is proposing to remove 23 of these heritage trees and additional 238 non-heritage trees. If approved, the project will propose to replant 192 additional trees with a final tree canopy coverage of 54% at maturity. As part of the Gatekeeper project proposal, the project applicant is proposing to provide community benefit contribution for the additional intensity and the floor area ratio. As directed by City Council in April 2017, City staff conducted a financial study in order to understand the community benefit contribution for this project. The study resulted that there is no value uplift from the proposed project, and therefore it cannot support a community benefit contribution. In recognition of the importance of providing a comprehensive benefit package, the applicant is proposing $4,177,000 in community benefits. A part of it will be used for the public utility easement on site for future to accommodate water and sewer utility improvements for future growth in the city. And the remaining amount will go towards the city's CIP fund or any other area in order to advance general plan vision, goals, and policies. The applicant is also proposing a voluntary contribution in addition to the state-mandated school fees towards the school strategy. It should be noted that this is a topic which will be discussed further by the City Council in June 2020. The project also conducted a traffic impact analysis for the project, which reviewed 12 signalized traffic intersections. The intersection levels of service analysis results show that most of the study intersections would operate at acceptable levels during both AM and PM peak hours, except 2 intersections that would operate at an unacceptable level. However, the project would not result in significant project impact at either of these 2 intersections because the project traffic would not cause an increase in the critical movement delay of 4 or more seconds or increase the critical volume to capacity of 1% or more. Therefore, the incremental increase in the travel delay, as noted in these 2 intersections, based on the increase in trips, would not push any of the intersections below the level of service. An environmental impact report was also prepared in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. The results of the EIR includes project-level mitigation measures that will reduce all potential environmental impacts from the project to less than significant level. The mitigation measures have been included as conditions of approval in the project, in addition to their incorporation into the mitigation monitoring plan. Just in order to recap the prior meetings for this project, the Gatekeeper Authorization was in December 2015, followed by EPC and City Council study session in early 2017. The project has gone through various levels of Development Review Committee reviews and finally received a conditional recommendation for approval in October 2019. The applicant has also done various levels of extensive community outreach, including a neighborhood meeting in September 2019. The project was reviewed by the Airport Land Use Commission and recommended for approval in August 2019. As a part of next steps, the EPC recommendation from tonight will be forwarded to the City Council for a tentatively scheduled June 30th date for a public hearing, and the City Council will be making a final decision on this project. In conclusion, staff recommends that the EPC recommend to the City Council approval of the EIR for the project, the approval for the project, the tentative map associated with the project, the request for zoning map amendment, general plan map, and text amendments as well. And that concludes the staff presentation. Alternatively, City EPC can also consider some of the alternatives listed in the staff report and shown on the slides here. I would just like to conclude with the fact that I do have the staff environmental consultant team present here tonight if the Commission has any questions for us. And the project applicant, Sarah Regis, is also present in the meeting tonight if the EPC has any questions for them, and they do have a presentation that they would like to present. Thank you.
Okay, so now I guess we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can everyone hear me?
Is he presenting?
I can see you. Yes. All right, great. My name is Dave Hopkins. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Residential Development at Saris Regis Group. And I'm going to put my video on. There we go. Sorry about that. Good to see you all. Diana, can you tee up our presentation, please?
I think everyone should be able to see that. Let me know if not.
Good on my end. I think we're good.
I can see it.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So I'm joined with my colleague Chris Dahan and members of our design team, Chuck Tang with Studio T Squared, Paul Lettieri with Kazardo Partnership, and Mark Spencer with W-Trans. I want to start just by saying thank you. Not all cities are doing what you're doing right now and moving the planning process forward. It's I'm sure, no small feat to pull this all together. I know you and the city at large has a lot going on, and I think Mountain View's really leading the way. So we appreciate that. Next slide, please. And I'm not controlling it. Okay, good. So just quick introduction. Saris Regis Group, we're a local development company. We've been developing infill sites in Silicon Valley and the peninsula for almost 30 years. We create both ownership and rental housing. And, we really focus on the right locations for housing, proximity to services, to jobs, and just really a lifestyle that's appropriate. Most recently, we completed 52 condominiums at the old Harvest Car Wash, if you're familiar with that or remember it, on Miramonte and El Camino, within walking distance to downtown. And we're really excited to be proposing, in this case, both apartments and condos. We take community engagement very seriously, and we'll talk more about that. But we really appreciated the opportunity, our team, to work with the neighbors. And it's a process. You can see we've been at this since 2015, and we appreciate their time and input. Next slide, please. So in context, you can see, you all have visited the site. It's in proximity to thousands of jobs. It's in an older, lighter industrial neighborhood. What we really can offer here is, from a residential perspective, there's office there today, is an opportunity to live within a very short distance to where you work. And that, the simple truth is that convenience is being valued more and more every day, and has a lot of positive benefits. Next slide, please.
One is this one, and the other one is the full screen. So she should be on.
So our challenge and opportunity was to work with some existing surface parking lots and create really a mixed-use district, a place that completely revitalizes a location, sets the table for the future. But I want to be careful to say doesn't set a precedent. This is a very unique site. It's situated up against a freeway, situated against shoreline, and it's not situated adjacent to any single-family homes. This is an appropriate place for density. We completely appreciate the fact that not everywhere is. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read off all the project benefits on this slide, but I'm going to go through them through this presentation very quickly. We really think we've created an opportunity to provide benefits across a wide spectrum of stakeholders within the city. Next slide, please. So first, before getting to the actual physical buildings, there's really key infrastructure on this property that we're providing, we're enabling. The North Bayshore Precise Plan depends on some critical infrastructure, and it needs a place to connect back to the shoreline corridor. So working with Public Works, this was part of the conversation from the very beginning. We've planned around this, and the yellow swath you see there is containing two quite large and critical utilities for the city. Next slide, please. So the key to housing is creating a ladder of opportunity. We're really in the business of creating housing that creates options for people with a range of household incomes and who need housing near their job. And what's exciting about this project is it does both. We've really balanced rental housing, affordable housing, ownership housing, and provided the affordability at a wide range of income levels for all of the above, for people to own and rent. Next slide, please. So we understood, coming into this, and it played out as we went through this the last several years, that we're coming in really early as it relates to planning the Terabella neighborhood. We focused our site plan on the creation of a multi-use place, like I said, but really taking some innovation and creating a really efficient parking strategy was going to be critical. As you can see by the site plan, there's a parking garage. That parking garage is taking up the entire existing capacity of surface parking and putting it in one small piece of land. Then we're going to use the land. And what you can see is that we're orienting these buildings away from the noise and the impacts of the freeway traffic, which we can talk more about. Next slide, please. I'll go quickly through these. So some of the things were really drivers of our proposal were mobility related. Providing access in a safe way that doesn't compete with cars. Here you can see how we create new connections for bikes and pedestrians. Next slide, please. These are secure indoor bike storage locations. So this is where residents can store bikes in a secure location. We have over 300 secure bike lockers, and always felt that biking was a key element of mobility from this particular location. Next slide, please. There's talk of, and I think more than talk of, a new dedicated bus lane along Shoreline Boulevard. We're paying into the MV Go, or the TMA system that created the MV Go, and we'll help fund that. And we're going to certainly add ridership to that system by virtue of having both office and residential on this site. Next slide, please. And then there's the Shoreline bike pedestrian overpass, which is, I think, earlier in its conversations, but clearly a priority of the city. And this project feeds right into it. It's located right where one would be able to walk or bike from their home and cross over 101. Next slide, please. The retail was mentioned already in the staff report and the staff presentation, so I won't mention much more there. Other than we heard the desire, we reacted to it. It's retail for the residents and tenants of this space and the neighborhood. This is community-based convenience retail. Next slide, please. And finally, the community plaza. This is really the heart and a dedication that we're really proud of, and took a lot of thought and care into the treatment of the surfaces and the landscaping there. Next slide, please. So quickly on parking, I know parking is a big conversation with this project. It's really the driver of everything. We started by determining the parking that satisfies the market demand and the current standards for the residential and office uses. Beyond that, we looked at opportunities to be efficient and to use shared parking, such that when the residential needs it, the office doesn't, and we benefit from both. And we don't build parking stalls that won't ever get used, the bottom line. We listened to community concerns. We heard loud and clear about parking overflow. We've agreed to measure parking both on-site and off-site post-occupancy. So this will provide data which could serve really as useful data for the community to measure the need for a permit parking program in those neighborhoods if one was desired. And we're completely supportive of that if that's something that's needed. In terms of our program, just real quick on that chart, what we're showing here is utilization versus supply. So you can see the office and residential do co-occupy at certain times, but the bulk of the residential demand is when the office is not occupying the parking. Next slide, please. So we worked really hard on the design. The design review committee did their job and did it again, and we had fun with it. It's a great outcome. We've really focused on some key locations on the building to just create distinct elements that are where people will see and appreciate the buildings the most. Here you can see the front door really off Shoreline as you're coming towards the freeway. There's a promenade that goes into that main center. You can see our leasing offices on the ground floor, a little bit down the way. Almost every apartment has a balcony, and the same goes for the condominiums. There's a courtyard with a pool and amenities that is, like I said earlier, turned away from the freeway. Next slide, please. So we spent a lot of time on the 101 perspective. The gateway location clearly was a driver. Here you can see we're really letting the building express some curvature. There's a tower element with some metal panel elements that we worked hard on. And then we articulated this elevation with some more bay windows, which we're happy to talk more about. And the top of the building has a very distinct architectural element as well. And then, next slide, please. On the, I think Diana covered this slide well. This is our heart. This is the middle of the campus, and it's going to, we're not showing a lot of the trees that will be planted here for the purposes of being able to see what's there, but there will be much more landscaping than is reflected in this image, and we feel great about the opportunities for that to be acted. Next slide, please. On the condos, we're stepping the building back more and understanding the sensitivities on Terabella, and really focused on the pedestrian scale, softer materials, townhomes at grade, really trying to push the building back into the site. Next slide, please. Here you can see what a pedestrian would feel as they walk down. The mass is pushed significantly back from the edge of the street, but we have walk-up townhomes, set back from the sidewalk. We've got a very generous landscaping buffer between the sidewalk and those homes for both privacy as well as texture. Next slide, please. On sustainability, we followed throughout our process the city's ambitions, and we embrace them. We have the same goals, both as a company and on this project. Our building will be all electric, among the first to make that commitment. I should say buildings. We'll provide PV on the roofs and EV charging that would accommodate any stall having a station. These are going to be very high-performing buildings. They provide efficient homes for people that really, is a market difference to what other communities are doing right now. Next slide, please. I won't go through everything here, but happy to circle back on community benefits to the extent any commissioners have questions. In summary, we're really proud of this project. It's been a lot of work, but like I said, we like to tailor a design and a solution to a site, and think we found something pretty special here. We're excited to answer any questions all of you have, and again, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight.
And then just remember to mute yourself here, or keep flipping over. It shows you all the time.
Gotcha.
When you're not muted.
Okay, thank you very much, applicant. And now we'll take it back to the EC for initial questions before we hear public comment. Do any commissioners have questions for the applicant or staff? I see Commissioner Haymanner's hand up.
Great. Thank you, Chair Cox. Thank you, Diana. I think I have just 3 brief questions for the applicant, and forgive me if I'm just asking you to restate something that was buried in one of the attachments. David, is there a price point yet for the condos, or a range that you're able to share with the commission?
Yeah, can I speak? I don't need to do anything? Okay, I'm good. Yeah, so pricing, it's determined, point answer is determined by the market at the time that they're completed and the market conditions at that time. The answer for a condo price 3 weeks ago, or I guess now 6 weeks ago, is different than it is today, right? It's a really hard question to answer. But what we can say is we're, like I said, I tried to communicate the range of housing types and sizes provides opportunity. So the smaller, there's a lot of one-bedrooms, which are first-time home purchase, tend to be, all of these will probably be mostly first-time home purchases. And, if we based it off what our experience was
Pre-COVID.
Several years ago at 1101 West, you're in the $900-something per square foot range is kind of the market at that time. And
my next question also probably is a moving target. In your other projects, do you have any examples of retail in that 3,000 square foot range? I know they talked about, the consultant talked about cafes and restaurants, and I think we're all thinking about the future of retail. So is there something beyond a cafe or restaurant that could potentially fit in that space?
Yeah, it's a really tough. I mean, it's so hard to talk about retail today. Gosh, I mean, we can't. There's no retail on Castro Street, right? How could we talk about retail here? So let's put that aside. That's all going to correct itself with time. But it's going to be finding a local operator that doesn't need to convince, an investment committee to make a decision. It's going to be a family-owned business that has a desire to own and operate in this location, and it could be a number of things. We have, to answer your question, yes, we've done a number of mixed use properties with about 3,000 square foot of retail. We get family-owned coffee shops, sandwich shops. They're going to depend largely, though, on the office tenant and folks walking from very close by, not on cars, pulling off shoreline to come shop.
Great, and that leads me to my final question. So based on those other projects that you have, do you have any sense of the retail and the internalization rates? Is it mainly the people? My concern is that, let's say you have a large employer like Google, right, that is potentially providing a lot of the amenities on site, but how many residents potentially would be patroning such a retail establishment?
Yeah, that's another, question I would answer differently today than I would have before, because I think now we're going to see more people working at home. So I think it's actually a little more viable today than it probably was a month, 2 months ago. But yeah, you're right. It's office users and tenants that provide a lot of amenities are problematic for retail uses that surround them. And in this case, Google is the tenant in that case, in that location. We're completely transparent with our concern of the retail, and we've proposed multiple workarounds. We think there's a solution where we do try to market this for lease, and if we're not successful for some period of time, we think co-working, a new version of co-working, but some well-spaced co-working could be a good option. Conference rooms that could double as community rooms could be a good option. We're open to those ideas, but we share your concerns.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, I see Vice Chair Cranston.
A couple of questions. First one's for staff. I was a little confused in Exhibit 2, the general plan amendment. It shows basically a line through of the word San Antonio, and I was confused. Is that just an artifact from an editing process, or would this change something affecting San Antonio? That was confusing for me.
So, let me see my mute. Yeah. So, no, it's actually not a mistake. So when we did a general plan text amendment at the time of North Bayshore Precise Plan update, we included a new subtitle there in order to divide the general plan land use into two subcategories. And again, looking at this project and looking at how the city would like to move forward with the kind of land use designation for such areas, we have proposed the text amendment, which is just, crossing out one line. It creates a general land use designation for similar areas, which might see mixed-use development with similar categories as described in the general plan text amendment. And then there is specific stuff for the North Bayshore Precise Plan area as well.
So the way you're effectively allowing this development is to broaden the ability to use mixed use anywhere in the city outside of North Bayshore.
That's correct. Yeah, the mixed-use center designation previously only applied to locations in San Antonio and North Bayshore with different maximum standards associated with each. And so the amendment for this project would be to not limit the mixed-use center designation only to San Antonio with those applicable standards, so that it can be applied to this property as well as potentially other properties that might seek a general plan amendment in the future.
Okay, that was question number one. A question, I found myself a little confused when I compared the information in the staff report regarding the contribution to the school, which is on page 20 of the staff report, kind of rationalizing that against the letter from Dr. Randolph, the superintendent for the school district, and the numbers that were there. And the staff report mentions a $1.5 million contribution. At one point, the table says it's $1.588 million, and then the numbers don't. I couldn't think up what the superintendent was talking about in these numbers to be able to make then as we discuss further, what do we do with it? Can you help clarify the inconsistency there?
Sure, I can try to do that without going into any areas, staying within the limits of EPC discussion. There is an inconsistency between the staff report and the applicant request letter, which is a attachment as an exhibit to the staff report. The applicant is proposing $1.5 million as a voluntary school strategy contribution, and the staff report shows it as $1,588,000. So that is the inconsistency. But if you are comparing it with the letter received from the school district, that letter speaks to the previous project request that was submitted with the March 18th EPC meeting. At that point of time, there was a different number that was proposed by the applicant, and the superintendent is actually talking to that. He even mentions it in the letter. And since then, the applicant has worked with the city staff, and we have had several conversations based on which the applicant has actually revised their voluntary contribution request.
And what is that now?
$1.5 million.
Okay. And then the last question I had, I noticed that the EIR actually lists the non-retail option as an environmentally superior option. Did staff consider bringing that back to council as an alternative to the option that included retail?
That is always a option that City Council can consider. That is not something that the staff is proposing or will be recommending, because that is not in line with the City Council's previous direction and support.
And then one last question. I don't know whether this is you or maybe for Nicole. When we're stipulating something like the retail space, is there any way language could be incorporated that would essentially say something along the lines of, if they can't lease it within a certain period of time using reasonable efforts, that they can use it for other community-serving uses? Or does it have to be it's retail or it's something else? Is there any kind of, is that kind of a thing allowed?
I would actually defer to planning, and if Diana wants to try to address that.
So that can be an option. We have not seen it in very many projects, especially not on the ones where it's either dictated by a city requirement or dictated by previous council direction. But that can be an option, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Commissioner Lowe.
I have a couple of questions. I'm not sure whether it should be directed to the applicants or staff, but my first question is, what is the expected student generation from these new units? We don't have that information readily available, but I can get back to you with that information later in the meeting, probably. Okay, thank you. Also, in the staff report, I read that these residents will be served by, or it says currently served by Montaloma Elementary, Crittenden Middle, and Mountain View High School. And I know Faircroft is the closest elementary school. This may be a question for the school district, but I'm just wondering why it's zoned to Montaloma instead of Faircroft. If the staff has answer to that, I would like to hear it. If not, we can... I do not have it at this point of time. Okay.
But to follow up on that, the school districts themselves establish attendance boundaries and policies, so that's something that the city does not itself set. Okay. Thanks. And then this question is probably for the developer. You had mentioned there's some bike and pedestrian improvement along Shoreline and Parabella. I'm wondering if you have any more details to share on that.
So the bike improvements along those streets, I believe, are for the most part there now. This is the bike improvements within the site that will connect the two. So it's internal to the site as we improve and create access off Terabella, as well as connecting the sort of the promenade I was describing. And it's that circulation internally, which will also connect on Terabella to the new bike improvements, which will be the Shoreline overpass.
Okay, so perhaps I misunderstood. I thought you were saying the project will contribute to some improvements along Shoreline.
No, I was mentioning that the project will connect to improvements that are in the process. Now, there's a community benefit contribution, that's a great potential use for it.
Right, yeah. Okay. Because the other thing I'm concerned about, and this was mentioned in one of the public letters that we received, is how safe is it for kids from these new residents to be able to bike to school or walk to school? That is a very busy area.
Yeah.
So I would love to see some of the community benefits go towards that to make sure there's a safe route for kids to get to school.
Good point.
I do have more questions. The plaza, is it pedestrian only, or are cars need to drive through the plaza to get to certain garages?
It is the plaza itself would not have cars on it. No, the roads go around it, the internal street.
Okay, so the plaza is pedestrian only.
Correct, and bikes. Yeah.
Yeah. No automobiles.
Right.
Okay, great. I have read that there's groundwater contamination plumes, and I'm wondering if you could address some of the concerns around that. In particular, one of the questions I have, I saw that you're not building deeper underground parking structure. You're only going, you're doing podium because of that reason. So I'm curious, how deep is the plume from the ground surface, or any other details that you might be able to share so that we can address these potential health concerns?
Sure. Yeah, Yeah, I can share there is contamination very similar to many sites in Mountain View, as you know, and the Wisman neighborhood, for example, is many. The source is not our site, so the real concern is you don't want to touch groundwater and potentially draw the source or cause movement of that existing condition. So yes, avoiding digging underground is a critical mitigation, but we're working with the Department of Environmental Health on a plan which would enable the project to be built, which involves creating all the safety measures which go underneath the buildings themselves to create, the vapor barriers between the groundwater, the soil, and the occupiable space in the buildings, which is very, very typical.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Chair Cost, I have some questions for the landscape architect. Should I delay those till later?
I think that'd be fine. Why don't we'll circle back to you? I'll make a note.
Okay, thank you.
He is on the phone. You mean our architect?
Your landscape architect, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just so he's available. I think he would need to raise his hand, right, to get into this room. So when you're ready.
Easier for you if he takes them now, or
sure. Paul,
okay. Then go ahead, just out of convenience.
Did you say I should go ahead and ask those questions?
Yeah, let's go ahead. He's
okay, he's online.
Waiting for the questions.
Okay, great. So there's because of this location of the apartment building being so close to Highway 101, I have questions regarding air quality, potential air quality health concerns, and what the project is doing to help mitigate noise and air quality issues. And during my meeting with the consultant, Ms. Williams, I raised this and asked what type of trees and vegetations are being considered to be planted on the, along the property line closer to the highway. And so I have some questions for Paul regarding the species that he's considering to plant there to help with air and noise quality issues.
Paul, are you there?
Yes.
Great.
I'm here. Well, I think we've talked briefly that we've proposed populous free montii along that edge because it's a relatively fast-growing tree. It is deciduous. It's out of leaf for about 4 months of the year. But one of the reasons that we like the idea of this tree is that it's growing in a condition that's fairly wet there because that's part of the area is water treatment and water overflow. And it's also planted in our dog park, which will also get supplemental water for cleaning. So it's sort of an extra, it's a little extra benefit we get of water use. We found it to be a really tough tree. It'll grow with lots of water, but it'll also grow with less water, not quite as quickly. We sort of struggle with what should we do, because evergreen trees, it's tough to get anything that's going to have the scale we need in the soil conditions that are there. And we also were concerned about it being too dark and shaded in the wintertime. Because it is a use area. We expect, it's a dog park. There's picnic tables there as well, so it's a use space. So that was kind of our rationale for it.
And how deep will that buffer be from the on-ramp of 101? Approximately. You don't have to be exact.
It's like 16 feet or 18 feet, something like that.
Okay.
It's not a consistent number all the way around because the building has an arc to it, and the off-ramp wall has an arc, so I don't think it ever gets narrower than what I just said. If anybody can tell me differently, that's fine, but I think that's about right.
So when I went to the site, I saw a metal fence on the back Is that the property line?
No. That's the edge of I think the current Caltrans parcel, which we're going beyond that site because there's an additional site that was amended to the parcel multiple years ago now, I think. That the new wall will be out at that edge. It's a continuation of the wall that's out on 101 now. And so it's actually further away than the fence.
Okay, so you will be able to plant around 16 feet or so trees and vegetation and to help buffer. Okay. The reason why I'm so concerned about this is because, first of all, like I said, it's very close to 101. Mm-hmm. And secondly, as you know, well, you know, so I want to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect the hundreds of residents who live so close to the highway. And if there's more space beyond your property line where the city can further look into ways to help mitigate the air pollution issue, that might be another area where the community benefit package could be considered or used to be used for that purpose.
Yeah, we're comfortable with that use. Yeah, I think one benefit is the building that's most proximate that Paul's referring to along the freeway is the rental building. Mm-hmm. So a few things are good about that. It's it's a more transient population, but it's also professionally managed. So we can make sure those trees stay healthy, stay properly cared for, versus a homeowners association, and that entire area in general. But yeah, you raise a good point.
All right. Thank you.
I just wanted to get back to you with the question regarding the student generation. From the development, we have 24 students that will be coming, that's being proposed as, might be the student generation from the project. And this does include around 10 from the elementary and middle school and 14 from the high school. Thank you, Diane. That's all I have for now, Chair Cox. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I apologize. My internet connection keeps going in and out, but I think it's okay right now. Let me go back to participants. His hand is up. I see Commissioner sneezing.
Thank you, Chair Cox. Let's see. I have a couple of questions for staff and the applicant. I know Commissioner Lowe was talking a little bit about bike pedestrian improvements and safety, and I was wondering if staff, and again, I might have missed this, but if staff might be able to comment on any proposed projects in that area in Mountain View to enhance bike safety, whether it be adding new bike lanes or making existing bike lanes safer, perhaps with divided, or protected bike lanes, or any plans to improve on pedestrian walkability in that area in addition to that shared bus lane that I know is going in.
So this is Renee Gunn. I'm a senior civil engineer in the Public Works Department supporting Diana on this project. There are several projects that the city is working on in this area. Right adjacent to this project is the Shoreline Reversible Bus Lane project, which adds a reversible bus lane plus new pedestrian improvements, new sidewalk, wider sidewalk along it, and bike lanes on Shoreline that goes all the way from Middlefield up to Space Park. We also have in design a bike and ped bridge that is on the west side of Shoreline, parallel to Shoreline over 101. And we have in design bike lanes that go from Middlefield all the way to downtown also. So we have a lot of moving parts to try to get bicyclists and pedestrians from downtown to North Bay Shore.
Thank you. Is there any plan for those bike lanes to be protected, or?
The current design is for buffered bike lanes on shoreline. There's a lot of discussion between putting a physical protection barrier there. We can circle back with you on those discussions with our transportation group.
Okay, thank you. This might be a naive question. Will VMT apply to this project since VMT starts July 1st, or if City Council approves this project before July 1st, is it LOS?
Rose, do you want to answer this question?
Sure, I don't mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, Diana, but this project would, its EIR process has been completed, correct? Yeah, so that would mean that they would not be required to do their transportation assessment in terms of VMT.
Okay. And currently, city is developing the VMT thresholds for the city, and there was also a application deadline that, you know, when the project does their notice of preparation and stuff for an EIR document or an environmental document. So this, based on that, this project will not be subject to that.
Okay, just wanted to double check. Great. In one of the questions that was asked to staff, looked at other projects that have been built near freeways and air quality mitigation measures they've taken, specifically 111 and 277 Fairchild Drive were mentioned. I was wondering if there were if staff was aware of any specific measures that those projects took, and would be willing to share, or
I can
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, this is going way back in my own history of working on 277 Fairchild, which I think I can remember. But to be clear, the mitigations are associated. Air quality mitigations, from a CEQA perspective, are generally associated with construction.
Right.
So how much pollutants are generated by the construction activities on the site that affect surrounding properties. We also did an air quality study for 277 Fairchild, which analyzed the minimum necessary filters in the units to ensure that the units can be the units can maintain high quality internal air. It's kind of a reverse analysis, kind of an analysis of the users of the site, not strictly a CEQA analysis. But we did do that for the purpose of determining the safety of the occupants.
So speaking higher level, typically the sorts of mitigations that are incorporated for air quality purposes are mitigations that assure indoor air quality, because HVAC systems will take in outside air in order to do heating and cooling, typically, and so ensuring that there's adequate filtration given adjacent conditions, so that people can stay comfortable in their homes and not open windows where you wouldn't have the ability to filter that air. And that's a typical sort of mitigation for air quality conditions.
Thank you. And then for the applicant, have you guys done a similar process as Eric was talking about, looking at the minimum necessary air filtration for the units?
For air quality, yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of experience with this. We just finished 260 units in South San Francisco. If you ever drive up 101 further past the airport, there's two fairly large buildings that are much, much closer to 101 than this particular building, where the answer related to filtration is exactly right. Again, it's the right it's why you want a professional management team in those buildings who are monitoring that and replacing filters as necessary. We're actually more generously set back here from 101 than it looks in some respects, because there's an on-ramp. There's the buffer Paul was referring to. There's an on-ramp. There's a island, and then there's the freeway. I don't have that exact number off the top of my head, but it's very significant compared to some of the buildings you were just referring to. Other buildings, even in Mountain View.
Okay. For the applicant, will bikes be sharing lanes to get out of the complex with cars? So it'll be bikes and cars and kind of the same exit lanes or entrance lanes.
There's sidewalks, internal sidewalks that bikes can use.
Okay.
You know, as we know, more aggressive bikers sometimes prefer to share the vehicular road, and there really won't be that much car movement from the residential buildings. So they'll have options. Sorry, did that?
Sorry, I think my internet is a little spotty. And then one more question. Just want to confirm with the applicant. In my meeting with Carrie Williams, we discussed the shared facilities agreement that would ensure that the public space isn't able to be, will remain public and not become part of a homeowners association agreement. So it will remain open to the public through that shared facilities agreement. And I just wanted to confirm that's the case.
That's correct. And
okay.
the agreement overlays rules that apply to the office building, apartments, and condos. And as you can imagine, none of those would feel good about that being closed off. So we made sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I see Commissioner Holbrook.
I have several questions again. And Chair Cox, if you'd like a break in the middle to go to somebody else, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll just keep asking. My first question regards the observation, which I think is accurate, that you guys are trying to create a strong sense of arrival to the city with this project, and the architecture reflects that. One of the concerns I have is that with the decks facing 101 and Shoreline Boulevard, which according to the noise study was even a bit louder, that people will not be using the decks much for having cocktails or wine when they get home, because it's just too loud for most of them. And that the use of the deck, it may get put to use as a storage space. So what I'd like to understand is what your plans are in the short term, and any reassurances you can give us in the long term. These decks won't end up having a bunch of junk that are bad introduction to the city.
Yeah, understood. So that's our outwardly facing image. So our leases with our residents are very specific. There's a paragraph in there that says you cannot place any storage on your deck unless there's a storage closet on your deck. So we would monitor that and enforce those rules. We have the exact same concern. We want the appearance of this building to be spectacular at all times.
And you're in this industry and I'm not. Do you think that if you were to turn this building over to somebody else, that they would be likely to enforce the same kind of agreement?
Yeah, because the reason is that one of the most attractive features of an apartment community is its location and relative to drive-by traffic. Mm-hmm. That's what attracts tenants more than anything. The second most is, Facebook ads and all the other social media ads, but nothing beats a drive-by visual experience where you see a building and like it. And so, I can't speak for anyone else, but no one rational would allow that to happen.
Thank you. That's reassuring. I appreciate that. My second question gets down to the adequacy of parking. And in particular, I'd like to examine for a moment the adequacy. Let's start with guest parking. It's 8:15 in the morning, and the garages, the office garage is no longer available to guests. Is there any parking of it that's going to be set aside in either the condo or the apartment building for guests, or is all of that unbundled parking subject to being either leased or sold to the occupant?
Yes, if within the buildings themselves, certainly if there's excess parking, it will be used to satisfy guest demand. The intent is for it to be used by residents based on the amount. There are 15 stalls on the surface outside, not in the garage, that are dedicated for residential. That in your example, 8:30 in the morning, it's an extremely unusual time for guests to come to visit apartments. You know, the lowest, demand for residential guest parking is that early morning hour. And conversely, the highest demand is, of course, evenings, overnights, and weekends. So we think the model works really well. The 15 will be more than adequate based on, we have a lot of experience with similar sized, even if you combine the 203 and 100 to 303, if you take a 300-unit apartment community at 8 in the morning, you'll never have 15 guests. It's just almost unheard of.
Okay, so I guess I was concerned that there might be overnight guests who had not yet left by 8 a.m., but I'm hearing you say that based on your experience, that you're not going to have 15 of them even for 300 people.
No, those would be strictly enforced by the management, but enforcing the shared facilities agreement that was previously mentioned, such that to be in the garage, you need a permit to be there after 8 a.m. So you're going to know if you park there overnight, you've got to come get your car. And what would happen, some residents will have a space but not have a car. And in that case, that resident will allow their guests to park in their space. That's very common.
But if a resident has a car and they have a guest, and the guest is there after 8 a.m., they're fighting for one of the 15 spots.
That's right.
No, okay. No, I guess it's 25 spots that they can share with retail people, correct?
There's actually 52. So there's 52 spaces on the surface that are available for either the office, retail, or residential to use. But there's 12 that no one can use except residential, or 15, sorry. That's what I was referring to. They're actually guaranteed. But again, at 8 in the morning, we don't suspect the other 50, whatever it would be, the other 40-ish would be used either, because the traffic trickling in from office will be coming into the garage.
Okay. Well, so I wanted to get that out of the way because I wanted to turn to the next question, which is sufficient parking for retail. The traffic study asserted that there would be a requirement for 52 cars at 8 in the morning, and I don't see a place for 52 cars given that some of those spots are going to be shared by guests and perhaps the office. Why do we not think that if there is that demand, that it won't overflow into the neighborhoods?
So maybe I can take a stab at it, and then Dave, if you want to supplement what I'm going to say. As I mentioned in the staff responses to the EPC questions, the 52-car retail parking demand that is shown in the parking justification report was a very conservative assessment of the peak demand. It assumes that the retail space is being used for a high turnover tenant like Starbucks or something. Very specifically, that particular study does not include the rate of internalization of, how many trips that will be actually generated from the office users, the residents who live there, the guests who are visiting, or the neighborhoods, the community members living in the neighborhoods who will be coming and using that retail space. That is a huge amount, which we have, something like that we have studied as part of our other precise plans. but that was not included as part of the study, and that's why I feel 52 is a very conservative number in terms of very high parking demand for that kind of a retail. And of course, it is going to, also fluctuate based on what kind of retail that goes in there. So saying that, that is why staff is supporting the fact that, there are 12 spaces which are dedicated to the retail, and then there are 25 which can be shared with the other users as part of the surface parking lot.
Okay. One of the things that I was interested in seeing, which is related to this, is that in the EIR, the assertion was made that, basically the number showed that retail was projected to be 37% of the trips for this project. And that so that's quite a bit. And it also said that the peak demand is between the hours of 7 and 9. So we're talking roughly 800 trips that are being projected according to this study during those over the course of the day. Many of which are going to come in the peak hours. So to me, 52 seemed certainly not out of line with those kinds of numbers. Do you have Can you rationalize the 37% with the 52?
Well, Diana, I can just anecdotally speak to it, and I think maybe the traffic consultant could address the question of assumptions in the traffic analysis. But I think the assumptions made, I believe, were for a Starbucks type use, a very high intensity national retailer with brand identity that you could correlate to trips and parking at other locations like within the city of Mountain View. That's not what this will be, as I spoke about previously. If it's a coffee shop, it would be supported by the residents who are moving on foot to grab their coffee before they get on their wherever they're going. If it's something other than coffee, the demand would peak either at the lunch hour or after work.
Okay. All right. Perhaps I was putting too much weight on the assumption that this was a coffee shop and the numbers associated with that. Thank you. My next question this is going to be a technical one, and it has to do with finding in the EIR of no significance, and this is finding C-NOI-1. That finding states, project construction activities combined with cumulative construction noise in the vicinity of the project site would not cause a substantial temporary or periodic increase in ambient noise levels in the project site vicinity during construction. The test for significance that was proposed by the study was 5 dBA. The analysis found that construction noise at the nearest sensitive receptors would be 66.8 dBA. And it also found that the ambient noise, they estimated the ambient noise at the nearest receptor to be the level that it was measured at on Terabella, which was 66 dBA, which is just about 66.8 dBA. But note that these numbers are different. One is measuring the noise that was there, and the other is measuring the increase in noise caused by the project. And the finding was, well, this comes to less than 5 dBA, our threshold, so it's okay. But the report also said that it was reasonably foreseeable that there'd be 2 other construction projects that the nearest sensitive receptor would be exposed to or could be exposed to during this period, and that they would actually be more impacted by those projects than by the noise of this project. And if I add those 3 sources of noise together, the ambient noise, the noise from the project, and the noise from the other project, more than the noise of the project. If I understand my decibel math, and it's tricky, but relying on what's in the table, we get to a number of 71, which is 5 decibels. It reaches the 5 decibel level of significance. And I'm wondering if there's anybody on the call that is able to address this very technical question.
So this is Diana Pancholi again, the project planner. I feel that 71 decibel calculation might not be that accurate. The 66.8 dBA cumulative noise estimate is at the anticipated noise level at the nearest sensitive receptor with the project construction, not what the project is generating on its own. The project's contribution would not be cumulative considerable because it's a 0.8 dBA increase over the existing ambient noise levels without taking into account any reductions from the city standard conditions of approval. This is less than the impact threshold of 5 dBA over existing levels, and so the project's contribution would be minimal and not considered cumulatively considerable. While they are reasonably foreseeable, we don't know the noise levels, the noise calculations for the other 2 construction project sites, and it would be speculative to make assumptions on the combined noise levels. However, all the projects would be required to comply with the city standard conditions of approval, which would reduce the noise level from temporary construction sources.
Okay, thank you. What I read in the EIR is a little different from what you said, I think. So please correct me if you see this differently. It said the 2 cumulative projects. Let me see here. As discussed under Impact NOI-1, construction noise due to the project at the receptor would be 66.8 dBA. And earlier it said the maximum noise level of 88 dBA at a distance of 50 feet would attenuate to 66.8 dBA. I don't interpret those things as saying that we're adding in the ambient noise. I hear that as, okay, at 50 feet it's 88, and at 200 feet or whatever it is, it's 66.8. There's nothing in this language here that encourages me to believe that both sources of noise were being added. And I'll add one other thing. We're talking about the 2 loudest pieces of equipment that were noted. And the idea that would take the ambient noise from 66 dBA up to 66.8 dBA, creating a barely perceptible difference, as was written in the report, is just, frankly, I find that incredible. If you were living in one of those houses and were asked afterwards, did you notice the fact that there was a project going on for the last 2 years? Because you had 3 projects around you, I have a really hard time thinking that the person would say, well, it was barely perceptible.
Right. Hi, this is Jill Segmini. I'm with DSA, the environmental consultant. We assisted preparation of the EIR. So to answer your first question, the 66.8 is the noise at the project receptor that the project receptor would be hearing because of project construction.
Yeah, so to be clear, it's the noise of project construction, or it's the ambient plus project construction noise?
So it would be the ambient plus project construction noise, because the way the noise measurements are averaged, they're averaged over the whole, I believe it's a 24-hour period. So your spike in equipment noise, your jackhammer maybe every, running a little bit and then shutting off. That's all averaged throughout the day, and that is how you discern whether there's an ambient increase in noise or not. It's not just one single event.
So let me ask you this. If all of the pieces of equipment, and I think there were like 12 loud pieces of equipment, were running all at the same time, close to the sensitive receptor, would we get to the 5 decibel threshold that you proposed, given that the 2 loudest pieces only get us an increase of 0.8 decibels?
Right, so it's kind of complicated. They're not directly additive, and especially the equipment, you know, you're going to hear the loudest equipment more than you're going to hear other equipment and the loudest equipment. That's just kind of how you perceive noise. So, yeah.
Do you think that you could run all the pieces of equipment at the same time, all 12 or 14, however many there were in the report?
The city's noise mitigation measures tend to present a menu of things that a construction project can do to attenuate noise impacts to the surrounding area, one of which often is a measure that looks to minimize the frequency with which high noise generating equipment is used at the same time. That's a common noise mitigation measure that would be in sort of on the table or the menu of standard things that our conditions of approval might seek to mitigate potential noise impacts from construction.
Okay. Thank you for your feedback on this. I'll have more to say about this when we get to the discussion. The next question is also related to noise. And I guess the first question would be for staff. Is the dog run park with its picnic table and bench, would that be considered a private or community outdoor recreation use area?
So that dog run amenity is intended as an additional amenity in what would otherwise be a passive landscape setback area.
Would it be considered a private or community outdoor recreation use area?
It is private for the development. Dave, correct me if I'm wrong if you're making it public, but I think it's a private development.
Okay.
So yeah, conservatively, the noise standard would apply, and if the sound barrier to the freeway weren't able to adequately reduce the ambient noise, then the dog run could theoretically be done away with. I think that one of the key things to note is it's, as Diana noted, intended as sort of like an additional amenity. It's not something that is mandated or contributes to project compliance with open space requirements. And one of the primary areas that those general plan policies are intended to preserve are the more actively programmed areas like major common courtyards and features like that are going to get, I realize, especially in this area, folks have a lot of dogs, but that are really sort of designed to accommodate the most activity within the common space amenities of the complex.
Okay, so you're not bothered by the idea that it might exceed the 65 dBA threshold, or are we looking for are we looking for this to meet the 65 dBA test which the general plan requires?
We are expecting that this is going to meet, and as we mentioned earlier, this is not a requirement for compliance for the project. If it is found that, this kind of a use or kind of additional amenity doesn't work, then the project applicant is required to meet the city's noise restrictions, and they will have to comply with it.
Is there a thought that the sound wall that's going to be replacing the one that is there is going to provide better insulation than the wall that exists?
Certainly the new construction will be of better quality, and we anticipate it to be providing better insulation.
Okay. Thank you. Because I noted that in the report, the noise measured at the 2 points that were closest to the dog run was 73 and 76, respectively. Okay. I'd like to turn now to traffic, if I may, unless you'd like to give somebody else a chance to ask questions, Chair Cox.
Well, Commissioner Yin hasn't spoken yet, so I'll let her sneak in here, and then we can get back to you.
Thank you.
Actually, another question was answered of mine, so I'll just chime in with one for now. And this is for Mr. Hopkins. I was just curious if you guys had done a preliminary study to see who is going to be renting or purchasing on this project, whether you have a sense of what proportion of people are going to be living and working in Mountain View.
Yeah, so we have that information just based on our experience, and it's very recent. So on the for sale side, when we sold the condominiums at 1101 West El Camino Real, it was 80%, ish, some plus or minus a few people that worked within 5 miles, and you can guess where. It wasn't all Google, but there was a short list of companies that most people worked at, and that project included below market rate homes as well, though, and those residents were also local. There was a school teacher among them, so that was a very hyper local population. On the rental side, it's the same thing. It's just you're finding younger demographic. It's slightly closer to late 20s to mid 30s in age, and the condos is closer to late 30s to early 40s.
Okay, and also in your experience, then you had mentioned you had mentioned earlier that some people would be renting or owning and not have a car. I'm guessing more on the rental side, perhaps. In your experience, what percentage would not have a car, even though there's a space dedicated?
So the best data, because I pulled it this morning, I have on that is that it's South San Francisco, but it's right on 101, the project I mentioned earlier. 260 apartments, and there was 25% of the tenants did not have a car. So that's data as of today, and we're leasing that building. It's about 85% leased right now. We've been leasing it for the last 10 months, so very current information.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. That's it for now, Chair Cox. Thank you. And Commissioner Holbrook has some traffic questions, and that might tie in with a couple other thoughts I have later.
Okay, but I want to get a chance to ask a few too. So indulge me here a little bit. I want to. This is a question probably back to either the staff or to the applicant. Okay, because we talked about that because of the contamination on the project, that it's not feasible to provide underground parking, and instead we have to go with a podium design. And yet, I'm trying to understand what is it that makes this site not feasible for that. But like if we look at the Flower Mart site on Evelyn Avenue that was done by Prometheus, I mean that also was considered a contaminated area, and there was extensive cleanup that they did over a period of years on that project, and they did provide underground parking. So can someone explain to me what's different about this project that makes it harder to do that?
I can speak to that, and I don't know any of the specifics to the Prometheus project, so I can't speak to what they were dealing with, but it sounds like a situation where a regulator is mandating some form of a cleanup, and that's just a known condition that as a developer, if you're going to build on this site, you need to do a certain set of things first in order to get the regulators to sign off. That's not our situation, and if it was, we wouldn't be here right now. The project just wouldn't be financially feasible if we needed to do if the contamination was an issue to the extent we needed to do a long-term cleanup. Our contamination is not at those levels where that would be necessary. What we do need to do is build into the project measures that are, create the safe environment, indoor air quality, and such for the long term that continues to get monitored over time and provide the safe working environment or living environment in this case for the long term. And we've done this in Mountain View on a Superfund site over Gables End. That community, those townhomes. that was an EPA-regulated Superfund site that we built townhomes on. So every site's a little different, but we just don't need to do that here. In terms of why we wouldn't go underground, it's just purely cost.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Another question has to do with it. You mentioned in the staff report that there's a dedicated space for package deliveries, and I'd like to know a little bit more about it. It's interesting. I wrote the question down before COVID, but even with COVID now, that's even more interesting. So can you explain how that's going to work?
Sure. So in the apartment communities, in the leasing office is always staffed, so they can receive deliveries for residents, and we secure the building so that those deliveries are left in the leasing office, and we have a room dedicated and sized for the demand, which, as you point out, it's been increasing every day for the last 5 years with Amazon's dominance, and it's just about to it's changing as we speak. So those rooms are sized for the need, and you're right, we're going to need a bigger room than we probably thought we were, but we've got the space for it. It's not a problem. And then on the condominiums, it's the same thing, but you don't have on-site management. So there you need the homeowners association to work to create a secure environment for those deliveries. You usually don't want, delivery folks wandering the halls, so you need to design it into a space within the entry lobby with security, with cameras, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Now, it says in Exhibit 10 that the additional parking spaces in the condo complex will be sold to residents, and I'm wondering why is it? I mean, do I understand that correctly? That that at the time of purchase, a resident in the condo complex will be given the opportunity, if there are parking spaces available, that they will be sold at that time. And if so, why do this instead of having them managed on a first come first served basis, or by charging a monthly fee collected by the HOA, to manage the excess parking spaces?
In the condominium, the parking space is actually, the space itself is deeded with the condominium unit. And so we need to deed all those spaces. Unless we left a handful in the hands of the association, then you would be asking the association to collect rent and distribute money. It's not a typical function of a homeowners association. So typically you're selling all the spaces based on the market demand for them. Some people it becomes a marketing function. Some people will say, I really want the home, but I don't need 2 spaces, and we have 1 unit left and 2 spaces. Well, we're going to give them 2 spaces, and they can then rent their space as just a homeowner to another homeowner and collect rent from them. That happens all the time.
Okay, but then the way that works is that when the condo is bought the first time, the buyer will buy how many ever spaces he's going to buy, and then that becomes part of his property. And then when he decides, should he decide to sell, he has those spaces to sell with the property.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Another question is on staging. Okay, of the project, and it was my understanding after talking to the applicant that the parking garage would be the first step in the project. And I'm trying to understand that if you start to build the parking garage on top of the existing surface parking, do you have enough parking left for the existing use? And if not, where's the other parking going?
That's a very good question. Yes, we do, by reconfiguring the parking that's there and by removing the sports courts specifically. We don't have an aerial up, but there's quite a bit of space in a parking lot not used for parking right now that we would come in and temporarily situate for parking. But we are going to replace every stall for stall in the interim, build the garage, and then come in and build the residential once the garage is built.
So you're not going to have any like off-site parking temporarily in order to be able to satisfy the existing parking demand?
That's not our plan at all. Nope.
Okay. Okay. Here's something that, I mean, just in general, maybe this is a question back to planning staff, but it could be to the applicant. I mean, it said that the strategic economics study showed that the project does not support a community benefit, and yet the applicant is offering around $4 million, toward things which you might think about as typically community benefits or related things. That seems a disconnect to me. I mean, I would think that if it doesn't support it, then that means that, they can't build the project feasibly and don't have any money to contribute. Is it that the strategic economic study is incorrect, or is there something that you can add to this to, bridge the gap between what that study is saying and the actual offering of $4 million toward the city?
So I will try to answer this question. I would definitely be very appreciative of, the proposal that has been put forward by Sarah Regis as part of the project. The study is not inaccurate, but I'll say that, such community benefit studies have a lot of assumptions which we are making based on our experience and based on the information that is available. Of course, there's a lot of assumptions going in there which might not be the accurate numbers. And at the same time, this is a very different community benefit analysis compared to the other ones that we might have seen in other projects. Because this one is a industrial zone site, and we are converting it into a residential development, which also includes affordable housing units. And considering, the cost of development of residential in today's time, those are some of the reasons that the community benefit study and the method that we use resulted in no value coming out of it. Of course, it depends upon, the amount of, if I may say, I might be wrong, but it depends upon, the amount of profit that the development might result in for the developer in order for them to understand what is it that they can really propose as a community benefit.
Picking up on Diana's points, I think we try to take reasonable and replicatable assumptions in these analyses that we do, looking at the hard and soft costs of development associated with different land use types, and also sort of analyzing expectations around revenue that are necessary to generate financing to develop projects. There are lots of factors and assumptions that go into these analyses that again we want to be reasonable to the area in which the development's occurring and based on the best available real estate data in the field. That doesn't mean that a developer might not have other sources of funds that they might be able to bring to the table or that they're willing to bring to the table. Relative cost savings in their construction projects as compared to the assumptions in our memo, or a willingness to take sort of a greater proportion of the proceeds and put them on the table as a public benefit contribution. I think we need to defer to Sarah Regis to provide any insight into that, but that's perhaps a slightly long-winded way of saying that the assumptions in the analysis we believe are reasonable and appropriate and not inaccurate, but that there are other ways that a developer might arrive at being able to come forward with a public benefit contribution that doesn't negate the accuracy of that data.
Does the developer want to add anything to that?
Sure. Thanks for the question. And yeah, it is a disconnect, and it's it's a disconnect. It was a disconnect pre-COVID-19. So let's just say it's a bigger disconnect now. We look at this at some point. We're balancing time and looking forward to an uncertain outcome on construction costs and on revenues. at some point we just need to get to a point where a project is approved, and then we got to weigh our options. And, 2 months ago, there was a lot of reasons to be optimistic. There always has been in Mountain View. And I think the world is in a different place, and this puts a lot of pressure on the project. There's no question about it. So as we talk about community benefits, it's a pressure point, and then it's not, as we know, just the city, the school district's involved as well. So it's complicated.
Okay. Thank you. I also had a question about traffic, but since Commissioner Holbrook called traffic first, I'm going to let him ask his question first.
Okay. I guess generally I have several questions on transportation, really. And the first one I'll start with is I used to be a bicyclist, and so I appreciate all the bicycle parking that you're making available. I noticed that there's a parking garage on the second floor, and I saw that the nearest and easiest way to go down to the first floor is the ramp next to the garage. And because I'm not a bicyclist, is because I got into several accidents doing stuff like that, perhaps. And so I would like to ask you, what is the object that is when you walk out the door to the bicycle garage and go just past the wall that curves around with the ramp going down? Is that an elevator behind there? Because if it is, that's the easiest way for the bicyclists to get their bikes downstairs, and I would say that's a pretty good answer. You can see where I'm headed with this. Is how can we make sure that the bicyclists don't use this ramp as an attractive nuisance and hurt themselves, especially since it's so steep?
Yeah, I think that the answer is a bicyclist has access to the elevator and would be encouraged not to bike on the ramp, to say the least.
And is that an elevator that I see in the diagram there, just, I don't know, 30 feet away or so?
I wish we could pull it up so we're talking about the same.
Yeah, I'll show it to you here.
And check, feel free to weigh in on this. Check if you can raise your hand.
That thing. Here's the bike garage, and here's the wall, and here's the...
yes, I'm sorry, yes, that's an elevator, yes.
Okay, great. And the bicyclists would have access to that?
Correct.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. The second question I have is the bus lane that is going to be dedicated, the one-way bus lane. Will that change the dynamics of the U-turn that drivers coming off 101 going south make at Terabella? I noticed one of the people from the community sent me some entertaining videos about traffic at that intersection, and one of the things I saw was that some people aren't able to successfully make the U-turn. They get to the edge of the road that'll be closest to the facility, and they have to back up, and that stops traffic. Is this new bus lane that's going in going to change that so there's a wider turning radius, and we won't have those constrictions in the future?
I would defer to staff on exactly how the bus lane is going to be configured.
So this is Renee Gunn, again from the Public Works Department. I'm in land development. You're asking about a design question, but I am familiar somewhat with the project. There is a full lane that happens there, so the U-turn is still possible. Based off of the comments that we have also received from the public, we have reviewed the timing of the light to make sure that they're optimal through the whole system to help with that U-turn and also help with flow through the entire system.
Okay, that's great. I guess what I was looking for is the lane going to be shifted to the right at all because of the installation of this new bus lane, or is the lane going to, the left turn lane that I'm speaking of, is that going to stay in the same place that it is?
I would have to get back to you on the specifics of the lane configuration.
Okay. Thank you. I took a look at the traffic study, and I guess I spent a decent amount of time looking at it, and I had a real hard time seeing the forest through the trees. And I guess a question that I'd like to know, just kind of in words, is what is the experience of a driver comes from, say, downtown Mountain View up Shoreline to get onto 101? How is that going to change as a result of this? I know I've taken that path a few times in recent years, and a lot previously, and I have sometimes found myself entering the queue of cars to get to 101 as early as Safeway, the Bailey Park Safeway. So is that queue going to get longer? And how much longer would somebody just entering the queue take to get onto 101? Is that discernible from the information that was presented? Because I couldn't figure it out.
So, this is Diana Pancholi again, the project planner. I tried to insert a paragraph about it in the most common terminology that I can use for general public, and it says that, the TIA included a queuing analysis that was done for 4 intersections, and the project would add up to 3 vehicles to 2 out of 4 intersections, that is Shoreline, Terabella, and the Shoreline and Middlefield Road intersections. And it will result in the queue exceeding the vehicle storage capacity at these intersections. But at the same time, with all the transportation improvements that are planned in the area, including the Gateway transportation improvements, the new US 101 off-ramp improvement, and also the Plymouth Street realignment improvement, once they are completed, the need for additional turn pocket storage would wane away, and the vehicle queues would be contained within the turn pocket as well. So I'm just saying that, some of the conditions are pre-existing. The TIA analysis looks into the project's contribution to the existing conditions and how does the project impact it. And there is a minimal impact in terms of the amount of capacity that is, or volume that is added to the existing conditions, and that will become better with the proposed transportation improvements which are already in the pipeline.
So if I were to look, there was a queuing analysis in the Appendix L to the EIR, and it showed 3 cars here and 3 cars there and 1 car there or something like that. Do I add up all of those cars that are being added to get my experience as a driver entering the queue at Safeway?
So there's an impact only in as much as those additional vehicles cause you not to catch the light that you might have caught otherwise, which there are a lot of variables that go into. There's the volume of traffic on the roadway. There's the manner in which signals are timed, and there's the efficacy of the overall flow of vehicles along the corridor. So I think that put in general terms, there is a likelihood in the near term that there might be some sort of incremental, sort of small noticeable effect that over a slightly longer time, as these transportation improvements are made heading into North Bay Shore, would be largely resolved. And I don't know if that explanation helps, but hopefully it did.
Well, I'm hearing that you view that there's a lot of improvements that are happening that you expect to address the problem that we currently have and also the additional traffic that is coming with this project. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that I mentioned earlier was that retail was projected to be 37% of the trips for the project. So I guess my follow-up question on that one is, how would commuters experience experience change if there were no retail at the site, or if we were to choose a retail application that had quite a bit less demand than is projected?
So again, I think I might just repeat a little bit of what I explained earlier, that, these are conservative numbers. I think we're looking at the worst case scenario for the purposes of CEQA review, and it does not include the rate of internalization of the trips that might be generated from the office users and the residents of the development project and the neighborhoods as well. So I believe that, I don't know, from a practical standpoint, it might not be that big of a difference, but certainly it can, while we are improving on doing the transportation improvement projects, it might make the scenario better. But again, there are a lot of factors that goes into it, including, what happens in the scenario that we are in right now with COVID-19. What kind of retail will be feasible in there, what kind of use will go there, and how does it interact with the other users in the area as well.
I guess the question that I'm inviting is, and we'll save this for afterwards, is whether or not the improvements you're making are enough to take the option of a less retail-intensive project out of our, having that discussion is no longer important.
Right. It's really weird, right?
I don't know if I can speak to that, but all I can say is that the original intent of having a retail component to the project was to create a more balanced community and not just an individual project. Like a person, I think, commented on this project. We received a comment letter from this which says there are no schools, there are no retail spaces nearby. So I think, the idea and the effort is to create a more balanced development within the community itself, which is going to ultimately help us reduce the number of trips that are being generated and that people are making on shoreline and making things worse for us. And at the same time, when we showed this project during the neighborhood meeting, the retail proposal for a community-based retail, or I should say community-serving retail, was very well received from the community as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Then my last couple of questions have to do with the pedestrian flow, in particular across shoreline. Are we doing anything to make that safe, especially given that there's going to be some more school children? I'm also interested in the flow of children to Crittenden, I guess, is the school that they'd be going to. I guess this is following up the comment earlier. Is that something we can do consideration to, and is
plug had disconnected.
We're minimizing the potential for accidents at this very busy intersection with people sometimes doing crazy things to get to work with U-turns and stuff like that.
Okay, so now we're good.
This is Renee Gunn with the Public Works Department. So as part of the reversible bus lane project, there are significant improvements to the Middlefield and Shoreline intersection for pedestrians.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And is Crittenden walking distance? I guess it is. How far is Crittenden from the development?
I can get back to you with an answer for that. I'll just look it up.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right. I see Commissioner Lowe with a follow-up question.
Commissioner Hobart, I actually looked up the distance from this project to Crittenden Field because I wanted to see where are the close-by parks. Since the development project itself does not provide an on-site park, I wanted to see
if residents here were to walk to a park, which ones will be the closest? So I see there's San Bernardino, I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly, which is about 0.4 miles away, and Crittenden Sports Field is about 0.6 miles away. Is that considered walkable?
It's half a mile. Crittenden Middle School is half a mile, within a half a mile radius from the project site.
Okay, so is that about a 10-minute walk, Diana?
You'll be able to log in, go to zoom.us and launch and open your mail.
And it's my statement about the San Bernardino Park being about 0.4 miles away, correct? Is that the closest neighborhood park from this project site?
I can double check that and get back to you about it.
And if you know of any other nearby parks too, please let me know.
San Bernardino is the closest, I believe, and certainly the safest walk, right? It's a very safe walk. I think the future parks in North Bayshore would someday be another safe walk once that overpass is in.
And then we also have a couple of other parks that are proposed as part of future projects along Middlefield that might be in closer vicinity as well.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question on this is something that Commissioner Cranston alluded to, but I'll ask it maybe in a different or more direct fashion. I mean, would it be possible to condition the approval of the retail space in the project in such a way that if they weren't able to find the kind of retail client they were looking for, that space could be left for just sign out to people from the community, used for community meetings, as opposed to an alternative way for them to generate income. The reason I ask is because, I mean, we had a project over at Bryant Park Plaza, which originally was intended to be retail, but, many people in my neighborhood questioned, the level of effort that went into actually finding a client to be in there. And what it really ended up happening is that the person who has the building for lease was able to generate more money by not using the retail space and having it as an alternative use. And so that's why I'm interested in knowing whether that's a possible thing to do.
That is definitely, you can definitely discuss that and you can recommend that to the State Council.
Okay. Chair, may I comment on that?
Oh.
Yes. Is that okay? We would completely, I would support that entirely. Just want to make sure that it's not the exclusive, the use would be for the public in addition to ourselves. So we could use it for, conference rooms, for example, that could be used by the office tenant if they needed more space when they need it, or the apartments. But the community could also use it, on a managed basis.
So then we get into very wide range of uses, and it does not remain very clear whether we are talking about community uses or more often office use. And I think that is something that EPC should consider if they decide to discuss further on this topic.
And this is Nicole Wright, Assistant. If I can just add one comment just for as we kind of move in, if there's going to be some further consideration of that, just to raise, I think we'll be talking about making some amendments to the conditions of approval as drafted. And so I think I'm looking at condition of approval 23, and I would look to planning staff to see if there may be other need for further modification if that's changed. So just something I want to keep in mind if there is some further discussion by EPC on that in terms of what the nature of that change would need to be. I think the way it's currently drafted, it allows for retail space and other non-retail general commercial uses allowed in the space with review and approval by the zoning administrator public hearing process.
And then a last question, following up on this idea of traffic and the queues. So what really happens when the queues overrun? I mean, I see it, and I see this situation. I think I mentioned it before. When I'm driving up Middlefield Road and trying to make a left-hand turn onto San Antonio to go south, that there on many occasions before COVID anyway, I've been up in that area, and I've seen that there are like 4 or 5 cars that want to turn left, beyond the regular queuing space. This is a question for Public Works. When these kinds of situations arise, they can arise based on a not anticipating something in a project or in a precise plan, but they can also just arise as, changing conditions happen. What process does Public Works have to deal with, a problem like this and see it corrected? Do you look to the public to, write in complaints, or are things like this reviewed on a periodic basis by traffic engineers, or how do these things get fixed?
This is Renee Gunn with Public Works. We look at it in a variety of ways. We do have a way for residents to provide us information with Ask Mountain View, and those definitely go into account. In particular, on Shoreline, it was studied extensively as part of the North Bay Shore Precise Plan, because obviously it's one of the major gateways coming into the site. And so it's usually a combination of those, plus our just general knowledge of the city and where growth is happening in the city. And specifically on Shoreline, what is happening is there's a failure of the system and a backup of the system that starts pretty far north at, say, Space Park and Plymouth, and that cascades down. So people can't make it farther than Space Park and Plymouth, and it backs up all the way down to Middlefield. So part of the reversible bus lane project also puts all of those lights in sync, and we have a secondary project that's relocating Plymouth to line up with Space Park, so we end up with one less intersection there. And the studies that we've done as part of the reversible bus line project and a follow-up from the North Bay Shore Precise Plan transportation study are showing that once we get that traffic moving and we don't have that bottleneck in North Bay Shore, we're going to stop having these queues that happen all the way down to Middlefield.
But is there anything you can do in the meantime? I mean, how long do you anticipate the time between, how long will it take for this problem to get fixed? How many years? So
the last estimate that I heard of construction, which was pre-COVID, and I haven't been in the office much since then, was that the reversible bus line project was supposed to go to construction this summer. But it's a very large project that has to be done. So in the meantime, things we have done is review signal timing on all of those signals to make sure that it's optimal. We have limited control on that. Some of those signals are Caltrans signals, so we kind of have to take Caltrans signals and then work around it type of thing. From my department's perspective, we limit construction on Shoreline to very few hours during the day, and right before COVID, we were actually not allowing construction on Shoreline to happen at all during the day. It was all nighttime work. And there's only so much we can do based off the number of cars that are trying to get to North Station. But we're very aware of the problem.
Yeah, my main concern is about unsafe behavior. I mean, like I've also seen Robert Jeans' video. I mean, people like zooming through a place after they get, they lose their patience, and that losing of patience can cause loss of safety and lives. So I appreciate the fact that you're working toward getting a solution to it. All right, Vice Chair. Yeah,
I also know that police have done targeted enforcement out there also.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Cranston?
Just a brief follow-up question for Chair Cox's. The improvements of the 101 on-ramp, when are those anticipated to be completed?
That is a Caltrans project, and I'm not exactly sure on timing. We'd have to get back to you on that.
Do you have any sense, is it likely to be completed sometime before this project would be finished?
I am unsure, unfortunately.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Last call for questions. All right, I'll take that as we've emptied the queue. Ha! See, there's long queuing for this kind of stuff, too. Anyway, let me get back to the script. All right. Okay, so now it's time. Yes. Somebody wants to say something?
I see a raised hand from Commissioner Lowe.
Oh, Commissioner Lowe has a raised hand. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Lowe.
I'm sorry, but I actually do have two follow-up questions from the Commissioner's written questions and response. May I ask them now?
Sure.
So actually this question is back to Paul, the landscape architect. One of my colleagues has asked about the trees that are being proposed to be planted in the courtyard above the podium. And I wanted to follow up on staff's response. I believe staff says these trees are going to be planted in planters, and they pointed us to a drawing on L6/2 in detail 1. So I wanted to confirm whether all the trees on the plaza are going to be planted in planters, or will they be in, in the soil, in big dugout within the plaza?
When you talk about the plaza or community plaza open space, or are you talking about on top of the buildings? There are two different conditions. The plaza itself is on grade. Those trees are in the ground. The only place the planters are in the podium courtyards for the condominiums and for the apartments. There's the courtyards that are several levels up above the street. Those are all in raised planters. But the plaza level, in fact, all of the sort of public open space is all on grade. Everything's planted in the ground.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming that. So the trees that are in the level 2 or level 3 above the podium, those are planted in planters.
They're in raised planters. They're not pots. They're fairly significant sized planters. The soil depth ranges from a little over 2 feet to 2.5 feet, and they're not individual pots. They're constructed planters, like as they're shown on the plan.
Okay. I believe the question to staff was regarding the internal courtyards of the apartments and condos. It's slightly different than plaza. We are using the term plaza for the common plaza area. The question to staff was regarding the courtyard for apartments and condos, so they are in the raised planters.
Yes, they are.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. And then there was another question from one of my colleagues about the tree canopy calculation. So I wanted to clarify, because the end result, as all the trees are mature, is calculated to be above 50%, which is obviously an awesome number. Yeah, so I wanted to understand a little bit more. So it sounds like it will be more than half of the total size of the entire project site, if I understand it correctly. So what is the footprint of all the buildings combined on site? In other words, what is the plantable space at the project site?
We have not done that calculation. I don't know, Paul, if you have that calculation or the number. We can do an estimate on that.
And the only thing I'd add as sort of an interim answer is to just remember that the size of the canopy isn't necessarily directly, it's associated with, but not a direct one-to-one with the amount of landscape area. So, canopy can grow beyond sort of the planting area in which the trees are located. So, but obviously not through the buildings.
Right. Yeah. That would be magic. So I just wanted to clarify that. And also, when you did the canopy calculation, when I assume you have taken into account of the rootable space that is provided to those trees so that those trees can grow to a respectable size. So, for example, the ones that are planted in planters may or may not be able to grow to their 30-year mature size in, tables that you look up the data from.
That's true. It becomes a more slippery conversation because some of those trees will become wider rather than taller, which will actually give them, the canopy will be fairly large, even though the tree may not be as tall as you might look it up, over time. So yeah, that's true. There's a bit of it's an interesting thing to do calculations on. In fact, the reason I said it was conservative is that we took the existing trees that were saved as part of the first phase that remained, most of these see along shoreline. We didn't grow those trees at all in the 30-year calculation. We left that number the same. That's why I said it's conservative, because it's a little bit harder to take a tree that's maybe already 50 years old and how much bigger will it get in 30 years. So we chose not to try to guess that, but it will grow bigger. But we didn't include that. So that 54% number is, I think, on the low side of what we wind up with.
And just to answer your question regarding the coverage, the building coverage is around 47%. 36.6% is purely landscaping area in the project site. So I'm assuming that there will be additional area that will be a little bit of intersection between the building coverage and the tree canopy, and also the paving area and the tree canopies as well.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Going once. Twice. Okay, I guess we can now go to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Planner Abatalabi will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. So are there any people interested to speak from the public? Planner Abatalabi.
Yes, Chair, there are, at this point, 2 individuals from the attendees with their hand raised.
Okay. So I don't see their hands being raised, so I'll have to let you manage calling on them.
Sure. I believe one of the individuals should to speak.
Yeah, longtime resident of Mountain View. I sent in my comments earlier along with a PowerPoint presentation, but I'd just like to reiterate my points since I think it always helps to get these things out in public. I appreciate all the efforts the applicant has made to make these buildings look as attractive as possible, but I inherently object to this project just because of the sheer size. I tried to convey that in my PowerPoint picture. Somehow, architectural renderings always make the buildings look kind of more flatter and spread out than they really are. For example, some of the openings to these complexes are only about 100 feet wide, yet the buildings are 70 feet tall. And so if you're in there, you're definitely going to have a canyon effect like you see in San Antonio. And so I definitely see this as being just a smaller version of San Antonio Center. And I know a lot of people really don't like how that turned out. And I also just, when you think about it, you're putting 7-story buildings in an area that's just pretty much just two-story buildings in this light industrial area. And I appreciate the need to try to put as much housing as possible, but I don't think it should be at the expense of the quality of life of existing residents. I moved here because I wanted a suburban environment. I didn't want a San Francisco environment. And this is definitely going in that direction. Oh, thank you very much. Actually, if you could go to slide 3 or 4, that'd be great. Especially since you've all walked around that. That's a good one. You click again, it'll transition. Since you've been to the site, I don't know if you remember this power pole. It's 42 feet tall. So you picture the buildings being another 30 feet above that. These are going to be big buildings, and they're really going to stick out. And to me, that's just not a case of good urban planning. And as somebody also pointed out, we're not getting any additional park space. San Bruno Park is only 2 acres, and it really doesn't even have. It has a small playground, that's basketball court. That's it. There aren't even barbecue facilities. And so I'd really like the city to think more about making quality of life better for existing residents, as well as providing additional housing for new residents, but not just trying to cram as many people as they can into what we now know is a very limited space. And with COVID-19, we've seen that can be a big liability. So that's all I have to say. Again, I appreciate the applicant's willingness to work with the neighbors, and my objections are really on a sort of higher level. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now the second person.
I believe Craig Noah should be able to speak now.
Hello, everyone. This is Craig Noah from Sterling Estates, and we have been working with the Ceres Regis people for several months, and they've been receptive to our concerns about traffic and parking. We have talked and heard a lot about community benefits, and the public space being shared with in the plaza area is unlikely to be used by the local residents, and our now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard my remarks?
I heard them, and then you went away for a while, and then you're back.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm having some fun on this end, technically. My concerns are, of course, scale of the project, and we've shared that honestly with Ceres Regis. It's an enormous bookend at a gateway that is likely to be unmatched by other development in Terra Bella. We also, as residents, are concerned with public benefit, and as Albert mentioned, the only park that we have nearby is San Verone, which is a 5-minute walk from the development site. We have 1 basketball court, a small children's playground, and a weed-infested lawn area that could stand some updating if there is something to be done about that. Looks like I'm fading. Additionally, there is work to be done with utilities under 101, and that would be a good opportunity to bring something like recycled water under the freeway. So as the Commission considers the project, we urge the Commission to consider public benefit and realize that we have a great opportunity from the public to make contributions. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other people in the queue waiting to speak?
Yes, there is. They should have the ability to talk now.
Yes. Hello? Oh, great. Hi, my name is Patty. I live at the Sterling Estates. I actually live on San Pablo Drive, which is parallel to Terra Bella. And my comments are, first of all, this is really beautiful project. Honestly, the architectural elements are modern and beautiful. Really, no complaints on that part. The comment that, kind of the concerns, which I should say, that I have specifically for my neighborhood, since I live there, is it is definitely a big, tall project building. So my fear is that the beginning of the whole area looking like that, and it's not. This will be the only tall buildings of 7-story, and everything else would be 3-story, or more. Doesn't matter. But my point is, will that be the only tall buildings there? Will that look okay for the, in combining with other projects? Or is it really just the beginning of how it's going to look like when I'll be driving towards my house, which is really, really nearby, and my kids, walking, which is, pretended is walking distance. Safety concern. Safety is a concern for me. The look, the density. When I moved there, I moved to a quiet little neighborhood. This is definitely, scares me a little bit about the size of the project. And then the next comment I want to end with, that anything we develop for our future residents for Mountain View, and existing, I would really like to see, similar scale of any kind of benefits and amenities for existing neighbors and neighborhoods and existing, residents. Basically, that's my point. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you about that.
Okay, are there other speakers?
No other speakers from the attendees list.
We don't see any more other than the 3 speakers we had.
Okay. And then, so emails received by 5 p.m. were forwarded to the EPC planner out at the lobby. Have you received public comment on this item by email since 5 p.m. or by voicemail?
Yes, Chair Cox, we received a total of 3 comments, 2 of which by email, 1 by voicemail. The 2 that we received by email were submitted by 2 of the folks who actually just spoke via Zoom. We have the option of, I can read those if you'd like, but we also have a voicemail that we have not heard yet.
Okay, I mean, what's the appropriate thing to do in this circumstance given the time limitation for speakers? Eric? Eric, you're on mute.
Yeah, and I
or Nicole.
Defer to Nicole on this.
So, to be honest, this is new. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how much time the 2 speakers took. My inclination is it may be appropriate, depending on the length of the comments that were submitted, to have that read in for the record as well. I'm not sure what the time was on either of those, to be honest. So from their live comments, and then how lengthy the comments are that are provided, and trying to keep it within the time constraints.
I would say we could probably fit it
out
within
with the
that 3
lobby.
minutes if I read the email comments.
Okay. So with that in mind, I think it'd be appropriate to read them in.
Please do.
Okay. This is the email from Craig Noah. EPC Commissioners, Cynthia and Carrie. Over the past several months, Steerland Estate homeowners and Saris Regis have met to discuss the 1001 Shoreline project. We homeowners have been frank about our dislike of the monolithic scale of the project at one of the city's gateways and that of our own neighborhood. We have also expressed our concerns about the traffic and parking impact on the safety and crowding in our neighborhood. Saris Regis has been sensitive to our traffic and parking concerns and has managed to work out a parking sharing agreement with Google that may mitigate the parking concerns. Without it, I would attend tonight's meeting with a virtual pitchfork and torch. And while I believe the ratio of owner-occupied units versus renter-occupied units is inverted from what it should be, it is beneficial to see we may have more homeowners among us. 1001 Shoreline predates the Terabella visioning adventure, and if approved, will lie outside of what the eventual vision will be. I shudder to think that the vision may be more 7-story monolithic developments. We have heard, quote, community benefit used frequently, but if this project is approved, it should be conditional on putting the term into practice. Redeveloping San Verone Park from a weed-infested corner lot with a kiddie playground and dilapidated basketball court would be a start. Protected bike lanes along Terabella to Crittenden Middle School would help our children's safety during peak traffic hours. With potential utility work under 101 being supported by the developer, the opportunity to bring recycled water for irrigation south of 101. You can be assured there are many residents in the area willing to make constructive suggestions on the community benefits. With the EPC Commission's anticipated approval, we seek your support to assure community benefit becomes a reality. Thank you. And I'll go ahead and read the next one from Katie. Dear EPC Commissioners, I'm a resident in Steelland Estates and live on San Pablo Drive, parallel to Terabella. I wanted to share some of my comments for your consideration. The positive. I do like the design of the buildings and the 3D images. There was a lot of effort put into design and it shows. I think it's very important that anything is being built should have the function and the beauty. Potential amenities for the residents and the neighbors, improvements of the area. The concerns. For this proposed project and future projects in this area, it's a massive project that is being suggested to be built on my way to my house. This is only one project. If more similar projects will be added in Terabella, then it is not what I envisioned when I moved to my beautiful little neighborhood. Since we are limited with access to the neighborhood in terms of entry and exit points, I really would like to avoid being stuck in traffic getting in or out of my own neighborhood. It's one thing when I'm in traffic during driving on El Camino Real or Shoreline Boulevard to get to San Antonio Shopping Center, Castro Street, or just to Target. It's a different story if I have to wait on Terabella Boulevard or Middlefield to get in or out of my house. I don't know the exact future of this development on my neighborhood. However, I do know that there is nothing else similar to it in my neighborhood. Please make sure this and any future construction won't come on the expense of life quality of current residents. I have 2 children that I drive to schools nearby. Any construction with the addition of new residents should take into account schools' capacity and safe route to and from schools. In conclusion, as a Mountain View resident, I prefer to see more community benefits and new and improved amenities to make our city better. At the end of the day, unfortunately, we can't build homes for every person that wants to live in Mountain View. If we do build new homes for future residents, then I really would love to see more benefits with similar scale to existing residents and especially neighbors and neighborhoods nearby. Thank you. Katie. So
okay, are those all? Go ahead.
Sorry about that, Chair. Those are all of the email comments that we have, but we did receive a voicemail that I can play that has not been discussed yet in public comment.
And please do that.
Okay.
Again,
Getting some echo here. One moment.
Diane,
Not sure if that's going to work this time. Sorry. It was working when we tested it earlier.
So does this mean we need to skip this part then? Or I think I heard earlier that the voicemail actually repeats what was in the letter that we all received. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Planner Pancoli, so I mean, I think if that's the case, I mean, would Nicole be willing to say that, you know, since we have received the communication in a different form, that, that, you know, it's fair to say that we've had the opportunity to think about it and use it as part of our deliberations?
So I would ask Diana, I guess if we can identify who it is and what was indicated, and not knowing either the letter that was received or kind of the who had left the message, just making sure that the content is the same. And I guess so I'll let Diana respond to that, and then there might be another suggestion in terms of how to proceed.
So I guess I can probably just summarize the email or just read it out, actually. This is an email from Diane Wong, and she's addressing it to, "Hi, Diana and the EPC members. The reason I'm against to build 7 residential story by 1001 North Shoreline. Number one, the traffic was already very jammed at the point of 101 and 85 and Shoreline. This is adding more difficulties. And number two, those area are industrial area. No school, no park, no children playground. It will not fit apartment families at all." And that is all.
Okay, and just to clarify, so the voice message that was left was consistent with those comments that she emailed.
That's correct.
Okay, then. So let's see. Planner Abatalabi, are there any additional members of the public on the line now who have indicated they want to speak on this item?
No, none that I've seen.
Okay. So then I will close public comment on this item, and we will bring it back to the Commission for some discussion and a resolution. I heard a number of things mentioned, you know, in the questions or suggested in the questions that we might want to raise some issues for possible amendments to the initial recommendations. So if there are commissioners that would like to, you know, raise such points, this would be a good time to do that. So if you would like to talk about, or even just, you can give your general comments about the project. So just somebody raise a hand and we can get started with it. I don't see anybody raising a hand. There's Vice Chair Cranston. Go ahead.
Everybody's so bashful. So I'm the one specific change, and thank you, Nicole, for pointing out exactly which section it is in the conditions of approval. I guess I'm willing to, with the idea of trying retail in this space, but I have some concerns about whether the applicant will be ultimately able to successful in doing that. So what I don't want to have happen is it remains vacant forever. I would not be in favor of something that says it becomes an extension of the office space. To me, that's not the direction that I think it needs to go. But things like alternatives, and I don't know whether the applicant mentioned something like an alternative kind of a WeWork space. I don't know whether it falls into the other non-retail general commercial uses category of the condition of approval, but allowing for an option that after a certain period of time, that if the applicant's unable to find and successfully lease the space, that it becomes in some way useful to the community as a whole. Either as rentable space by the neighborhoods, rentable space by the condominiums, the apartments, to be able to use for events, but they'd like to do to rent out, but to allow it, give the developer the option of making available for alternative uses after a certain period of time. Give them give it a couple of years, 3 years, whatever. I'd be interested in my other commissioners' feedback, but I do think that right now we know retail is struggling, and I'm concerned about that being essentially unused space on into the future. So that's item number one that I have. Do you want to talk about that, Chair Cox, first, and then move on to my next comment, or go through my comments in general?
Yeah, I think I'd like to take this one first and get comments from other commissioners.
Okay.
So raise your hand if you want to make a comment on this particular item. Okay. Commissioner Haymeyer.
Yes, I would just echo the Vice Chair's concerns. I'm not sure what that time period is. I think that that's something we should discuss, but I wouldn't want to see the retail space be extended as office, but to some other attempt at more community-forward serving use.
Okay. Commissioner Lowe.
I wanted to add that we might consider using the space for a nonprofit who might be seeking an office space. As you know, nonprofits many of them are struggling in this environment. So if we have the ability to offer that space for nonprofits to use, either as their office or meeting space, I think it will be really helpful for local nonprofit organizations.
Sorry for the delay. Okay. Commissioner Smeezing.
I echo my fellow commissioners' thoughts on this. I don't have a ton of experience with this, so I don't know what time frame would be reasonable to search out a retail applicant. 2 to 3 years seems a good ballpark for me. And I also had the chance to talk with some of the neighbors, and things that they threw out that they would like to see in this space would be a co-op or small market, which I don't know, co-ops could be kind of run perhaps in a nonprofit manner, to Commissioner Lowe's point. Just places that are safe spaces for gathering and for their children. And I know that a lot of the neighbors were commenting, wanting this place to be something that adds value to their neighborhood. So just wanted to share some of the ideas that they had for what this space could be if it was not specifically retail, or like a small bite cafe. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Yin. You're on mute.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I, too, would not like it to be an extension of office space, but I would rather the attempt to have it work as retail space be first and foremost, and that is the full attempt. And if the process is such that it doesn't get rented out in a certain amount of time, maybe it can go back to the public and the community to decide on what it is. I don't know if that's feasible. Instead of making a decision right now as to what it would be, allow the community to then have their input again as to what it might be. And I'd be okay with that. But for now, as it gets moved forward to council, I would like it still to remain retail, and that is the goal.
Yes, and I'll also echo what I've heard from the commissioners. I would like it first and foremost to be retail. I would like it there to be a certain period of time that the owner would have to seek out, a particular retail tenant. And I'm open to some extent that it might go to a nonprofit if it turns out that that no other retail use can be made there. But I'm really very wary of, of saying if you wait long enough, you can get some type of office use there. Because, the idea here is to build community and to build variety in the area. There's already a lot of office in this area. And if we don't get a toehold, on some variety in the area, it may never materialize. And so I also like the idea of an open hearing to happen if it turns out that after a certain point in time it's not possible to do that. But I do want there to be at least a time limit on that. So I think what I would say is, are there other commissioners who want to speak on this who haven't spoken on it yet or want to add something? Commissioner Haymeyer.
I just maybe would like to clarify from staff. I think I've heard that there's general consensus in terms of having a fixed time frame, but in terms of the actual condition of approval, maybe Nicole or Diana or Eric, can you weigh in about how specific if there's a community forum? That's just new to me in my tenure, so I would appreciate any guidance about what that might look like.
Sure. So, go ahead, Diana.
Well, I just wanted to add 2 cents there, and I just wanted to say we do have to be specific at this point of time. I am not sure if staff is in a position to recommend any time frame for this, considering the kind of world that we are in right now with COVID-19 and the unpredictability of how things are going to turn out to be. So that is just something to keep in mind.
I was going to, echoing Diana's comments, yes, it would need to be a specific modification to the condition of approval, which I think would at least entail kind of modifications to condition 23. I know there's some other places in the conditions of approval that do make mention of retail use. I don't know if those in some way would need to change to track this necessarily, but it wouldn't be specific. I'm kind of, I can recommend some proposed language consistent with the discussion that I'm hearing from EPC in terms of if you want to do this, but I could always read that in and ask for planning's comments as well in terms of how best to frame some of that.
Rebecca, feel free to chime in, but I'm just thinking aloud here. I feel like, certainly if a portion of the project is not working out or if something needs to be changed, the developer can always come back for a modification to the project in future.
So yeah, I would add 2 things. At the moment, the conditions of approval limit the uses in that ground floor space to retail uses. And so I think what I'm hearing from EPC as far as your highest priority for the space, the project conditions of approval currently reflect that. Secondarily, condition of approval number 23 identifies a process through which any non-retail general commercial uses can be considered, and that process is a public hearing process. So there will be public meetings and very clear opportunities for public input in any proposals to incorporate non-retail general commercial uses. The timing question is, I think, a challenging one for everyone on EPC to weigh, and I'll provide a little bit of just sort of like general information to sort of maybe frame that discussion. Retail spaces, in my personal experience, and developers may have something to add on this, tends to lease best once folks have the space physically in front of them to look at. And so when you factor in construction time, building permitting time, and things like that retail space might not exist for 3 years from today at least. And that's where you could really get into the most effective leasing period for those types of commercial spaces. so were EPC to consider a modification to condition of approval number 23 to incorporate timing information, I would say that it should, the timing information should probably be linked to occupancy of the building, completion of the construction process, and that it should be worded in a manner that says that maybe that non-retail general commercial use proposal through the public hearing process cannot occur any earlier than X amount of time from building occupancy, but that there can be things that would delay the construction process, and so linking it from project approvals wouldn't be probably the most effective strategy if EPC as a whole wanted to go in that direction. Sometimes adding time limits of this nature, and I apologize for the rambling discussion, but can sort of put a deadline in mind, which can have some pros and cons. But again, I would say that the condition of approval as currently worded does guarantee a public process and a public hearing process for consideration of any non-retail use in this case. Just in closing.
Thanks. And so, Rebecca, to clarify, sorry, go ahead, Nicole.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Lima. I had a clarifying question, but I'll follow you.
Well, I just wonder, so I think the chair had raised the issue of, is it called Bryant Plaza? What's that building downtown? Is it fair that that kind of condition of approval was not in place at that time for that project? So, because I think what I'm hearing is there's anxiety. I mean, we live in a world where we don't know what the future of retail is, period, let alone a project that is, still in the entitlement and development process. So, if the way the condition of approval is written now would seem to alleviate the chair's concerns and many others that have been expressed, that any context would be helpful.
Let me tell you what happened with this. I mean, actually, the ground floor of that building, Bryant Plaza, it was zoned for retail. And what ended up happening, though, is that the office holder decided to rent the space to keep it vacant. And so it ended up becoming a financial advantage to the lessee. Okay, but then we were effectively cut out from having any retail there because, vacancy was considered to be, perfectly fine thing to have there. And that's the kind of thing that I don't want to have happen, in addition to just saying that, well, if we wait long enough, we can make more money by making it office. We'll just make it a different kind of office like WeWork or it'll be a Google conference room that, can be lessed out, for an hour a month for a community meeting or something like this. But it's essentially office all the time. So, that's really what I'm trying to get to on this. I don't know, whether or not, part of the problem that we had, in dealing with this as a neighborhood was that we went through 3 zoning administrators over the period of the discussion. It was a really hot time for people to advance their careers and staff. So, I'm open to other suggestions about how to best achieve this. I understand that on paper, everything's written in such a way that it should work out. But that was a case where it didn't work out. And, is there something else that we can do to make it more likely that it'll work out in the intention that many commissioners have said? Or, do we want to just ask you to put something in the staff report to ask council to think about it? I don't know. I yield to the staff to make suggestions.
Well, I'll just say that, as Rebecca mentioned, I think with our basic intent of creating a whole and a complete neighborhood, we are trying to balance out all the uses there. That is how City Council envisioned this development as well. And even looking at our experience and learning we got through our Terravella visioning process, these kind of balanced development and mix of uses was found to be something that we need in the area. And that's why I feel that, the way the condition has been worded right now, where the project is required to provide the ground for retail space, I think that is a good start and that is a good place to move forward with. And the exception to that with the second part, which allows non-retail general commercial uses that can be allowed, going through a zoning administrator public hearing process, I think that that gives enough flexibility for a non-retail use to be considered in the future. But as the project is proposed and is, recommended for approval, it is going forward with the retail use.
So it sounds like staff is encouraging us to retain the existing language.
Let me reframe that. Is there any specific, section of the condition which you think, based on the discussion that we had, is more limiting that you would like to change, or any other commissioners would like to change?
I'll open it to the commission for ideas here.
Trying to raise my hand.
I see Vice Chair Cranston's hand up.
Okay. So I have a specific change that I'm going to suggest. Okay? And so, but beforehand, the exception that Rebecca pointed out is that it's non-retail general commercial use. That doesn't, in my mind, meet the criteria of community serving. Okay? So what I would propose is that something along the lines of project is required to provide 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. If the, whatever they're called in this, has used reasonable efforts to secure such space and has been unsuccessful within 2 years of receiving building permit, I guess you did tell me the right thing, then they can apply through the zoning administrator public hearing process for other non-retail community serving uses and something along that line. So I want to take out the fact that it's specifically commercial. So, Diana, I object to the fact that it says non-retail general commercial uses and would like it to be broader. I'm okay with the zoning administrator approval process that it requires notifications, but that we do it. I take Rebecca's comment. 2 years from if permit's the right answer or occupancy permit, then they can come back and they can, through that process, apply for an alternative use.
So if I may just kind of, I think there's a couple of ways of doing it, like suggested by Vice Chair Cranston. So if the EPC wants to include a period of time from which they have to attempt to make that lease, then we can propose something kind of similar to what Vice Chair Cranston indicated. Alternatively, without that kind of period of time in there, could also clarify that it's not just the other non-retail general commercial uses we could insert in there, or community serving. But other non-retail general commercial or community serving uses may be allowed in the space that's review and approval by the zoning administrator public hearing process, which clarifies that the community serving use is also kind of part of that process. So, and I guess it could be done that way, just to kind of clarify, and then it has the process. If the EPC does want to include the time period, I can work on crafting. So I have some language that I can craft to make that suggestion in terms of how to do that. And I think from Rebecca's indication, we can craft something from occupancy of the building, because that seems like that might be the most appropriate time period from which to provide that period of time.
I guess my main concern is that I'm not interested in just adding community serving uses as an option, but rather to have that as the option. Mr. Yin has her hand up. You're on mute.
I was going to ask in relation to what your intention is, which is to avoid what happened before. Was that project given a public hearing? And at the very end, who got to decide what went in there into that space? I remember.
I actually am not 100% certain which is being referred to by a name, which project Chair Cox is referring to. Are you referring to the old PayPal building?
No, I'm talking about 902 Villa Street. Brian.
Okay, gotcha. The
Roger Burnell building.
Roger Burnell building.
I don't believe there was a hearing. It's just they kept the space vacant.
Exactly.
I mean, they were paid to keep the space vacant.
Yeah. So there was no use. There was a period of time where staff was working very actively with the property owner and lessees to try to get a commercial use in there. There were a few challenges with that space. It was incredibly small. It is incredibly small. In addition to the interests of the original occupant, which Chair Cox noted didn't want other uses in the building, and so paid to keep it vacant. I think there unfortunately are limited ways in which the city can combat things like that. I know some communities have looked at things like vacancy taxes or fines, but I would counsel that to the extent that that's a strategy that interests our decision makers, that it be something that be considered beyond an individual project scope. But I think to answer the specific question, there wasn't a public hearing process because there wasn't an alternate use that was proposed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Then, yeah, I'm in favor of adding a time frame. I was a little bit hesitant to do so because who knows what happens in the future, and there are all kinds of complications. But if it's just that within a certain time frame, it goes to a public hearing, and it actually is a public hearing, and they have a say in the result, then I'm good with that. And I'm open to the change in language as well. But if it's going to a public hearing, adding community benefit or community serving is great. I don't know that it has to be in there necessarily. It's nice to be in there. I'm for it. But if not, as long as it goes to public and there's a discussion with the public and the community about what it's going to be, I'm happy with that at a certain time, whatever that is.
Commissioner Holbrook.
First of all, I'd like to say that I think in line with the sentiments that I've heard from my fellow commissioners on the desire to have this as something that the community would see a benefit in. And I would also like to see it as a retail space. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned is that this property is going to be visible from Shoreline Boulevard, and I think it's a bit of an advertisement for the complex. So I would think that the developer would want to show it as a vibrant space as well. That said, if I understood what Ms. Shapiro said, the current terms allow for the developer to bring this back and propose a change in use, or maybe it's not just the developer. I don't know who can propose a change in use. And I would think that we would all be receptive to that if it wasn't working out. And, to your point, Chair Cox, due diligence had been done. I kind of like the idea of there being a little bit of uncertainty around the change in use, again, to your point, Chair Cox. And so I'm wondering if we need to make a change at all, because I think that would most strongly incent the use of this as a retail place. And if it isn't, I'm sure we'll and there's a process for amending it. I'm sure we'll hear back and consider that thoughtfully.
So I think based on what I heard so far, I think there are two clarifying questions that staff has. One is regarding, when we're looking at modification of the permit or the condition of approval, the word non-retail general commercial, the term general commercial was found to be something that was suggested that we should probably remove and replace it with a community serving use. So I guess the question is, A, we remove the the general commercial term and replace it with the community serving use. And then the other question related to that is B used as Chair Cox mentioned, or is there possibility of including other uses as well? Because if you want to include other uses, we can just keep it as a non-retail use.
Vice Chair Cranston.
So I guess my concern with the current language is it could be turned into an office space. As written, the non-retail general commercial space, it could be used for office space. And that would not be an acceptable alternative to me. So if that's my specific concern. Community serving, to me, it's something that, whether it's space that can be rented by the neighborhood, by nonprofits that somebody in the building works for a nonprofit, they want a space to do meetings, cool, that's great. But I don't want it to become a conference room for Google. That's my concern. So if there's other non-retail uses, and that to me still allows for office space to be in there. So that's what I don't want it to become more office space. Is that Chris here? Oh, do that?
Yeah, I think that's where we can say a non-retail use except office use.
Except for, and this is going to belabor the point, if you prohibit office uses, you might also be prohibiting nonprofit office uses if that's a desirable activity or lessee in that space.
But you could say with the exception of nonprofit.
Yeah, there are two strategies you could take to amending the condition of approval, and there are strategies I think which some of the EPC have discussed to date, which would say we've made our point, and there's a public process for proposing it. Maybe we should keep the condition of approval as is, but if you do modify it, you could add exclusionary language, but that could end up excluding things that you might want to speak there, or you could try to add specificity to the sorts of non-retail uses that you desire. That recommendation is at EPC's discretion. I will just again emphasize that the condition of approval for this project currently does not allow any office uses in that space.
I guess we've discussed it for about 15 minutes, and I'd like to move towards some kind of resolution on this. My preference would be that Vice Chair Cranston makes a proposal, and then we take a straw vote. How about we do that? Vice Chair Cranston?
I made one, which was this project is required to provide 3,000 square feet of ground for office retail space. If after a reasonable effort within 2 years of receiving an occupancy permit, the property owner, what the right term is, Nicole, the property owner may apply through the zoning administrator public hearing process for other community serving uses.
So if I may jump in and try to
kind of help craft that along very similar lines. So if it would be read as kind of inserting a second line, if after 2 years from occupancy of the building, the applicant has been unable, despite reasonable efforts to lease the retail space, the 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail space, may be made available for community serving uses with review and approval by the zoning administrator public hearing process. And then I guess I have a clarifying question whether the intention then would be to strike the existing second sentence as written into the condition of approval, or to keep some aspect of that, which is the other non-retail general commercial uses.
With what you read, I would strike that additional sentence. What you read is...
And then just okay. And I just had I was just hoping that maybe planning might weigh in. I know, Vice Chair Cranston, you indicated after reasonable effort, and I just want to get some clarification in terms of how best to craft that, because I want to be mindful of kind of if that's something that we've done before and how we might best frame that so we're not putting an onerous burden on staff to make a determination of what that means. I don't know if Rebecca or Diana, you're able to weigh in on that. There's something tickling the back of my brain, but after nearly 12 years with the city, there's a lot of information back there, and so it's not coming to the front immediately as far as a comparable circumstance, unfortunately. The inclusion of that clause is a challenging one to implement because it would ultimately be up to staff to evaluate any information that's presented for demonstration of reasonable effort. And I think there's some criteria we could probably point at around marketing of the property and so forth. But I think there's not a clear way to make that quantitative or clearly criteria driven. And we would have to do our best to figure it out. I would say if it becomes part of the EPC recommendation, we'll have a chance to take a closer look at that language and provide additional information to the city council regarding how we might make adjustments. It's really hard to do this sort of on the dais, especially. But that I think we can all acknowledge that that would be the sort of the tricky part of one of the tricky parts of the condition to implement. I do have sort of two minor suggestions if EPC goes the direction of the suggested language. One that we identified as final certificate of occupancy, and secondarily that there might be some consideration of neighborhood serving as opposed to community serving, as neighborhood serving does have some connectivity to land use categories in our current zoning code.
I'm open to both of those, too.
And I think one thing I would like to be clarified, and maybe we need to think about it, is the occupancy of which portion of the project, because I believe based on the construction phasing plan of the project, the apartment complex might get their occupancy before the condo building is even constructed. So I guess we need to put some thought into that, whether it's about the occupancy of the whole project or just the occupancy of the apartments where the retail space is currently located.
I'm thinking of the building, that building, the apartment building. So.
Yeah, I guess my main concern is this, right? I mean, I think that there's a general sense from the commission tonight that often when I listen to the council meetings on TV, what I hear about what the EPC said about the project was the EPC supported staff recommendation, and it doesn't go beyond those few words. And there's a serious concern here. I don't think that it's something that we should have to, give precise language at tonight. But I mean, I think it should be good enough for us to be able to, come to consensus on some direction that we would like you to express to council. You can think about it offline about how best to do it, but I do support Commissioner Cranston's desire to amend the language to make it what happened before at Bryant Park Plaza and a similar kind of situation from happening again. And so, I mean, I like the idea of neighborhood serving, if that's a good way to put it, or excluding, certain things. But I really believe we should have something specific. So, is staff okay with Commissioner Cranston, stating, his intent about what he's trying to accomplish, and us taking a straw poll to see if there's support, and then have you guys work that out somehow?
So, because the EPC is adopting a resolution which has as the attachment the conditions of approval, then if the EPC wants changes to those conditions of approval, then they should be modified with the language that basically you're going to be adopting as part of that resolution. And just to distinguish it, it's different from when the EPC makes a recommendation or more of a comment that gets included in the staff report for council's consideration, but adopts, staff's recommended, adopts the resolution as proposed with whatever the conditions of approval are being put forth, but then makes some additional comments to council. So there's kind of a difference there. So the discussion so far has been on kind of making those changes to the conditions of approval as part of your recommendation to council, which takes the form of a resolution. Alternatively, if the EPC wanted to adopt the proposed conditions and provide some further comments, have that reflected in the report when it goes to council, that might be an option as well. And I think Diana wants to maybe weigh in on that as well.
No, I think I agree with what you're saying. I think we will have to make the change to a particular condition or introduce a new condition as part of the resolution, which is as a formal recommendation to city.
Okay. So then in the interest of getting some closure, I guess what I'd like is for Commissioner Cranston to say one more time, make his suggested change to the resolution. And unless I hear from staff that he's saying something illegal, I would like us to take a vote on it and move on to other concerns. Is that fair?
Sure.
Yeah,
and I can offer to Vice Chair Cranston.
Yeah, Nicole, you read it back with the change to that. There's the two changes that Rebecca noted on final occupancy certificate and then the neighborhood serving. If you could read back that with those two changes, that's what I'm comfortable with, and I would be much more comfortable approving this now. And staff then has 7 weeks to say, hey, the way the language that we came up on the dais, we think we should tweak it here and tweak it there. You've got 7 weeks to fix it, and that's what I'd rather. So I'll make that motion. So Nicole, you could read back that version of it. That would help.
Sure. Yep. And okay, so for condition 23, in its entirety, for clarification, it would basically read as this project is required to provide 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. If after 2 years from final certificate of occupancy of the apartment building, the applicant has been unable, despite reasonable efforts, to lease the retail space, 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail may be made available for neighborhood serving uses with review and approval by the zoning administrator public hearing process. And I don't know, and then that last sentence would be struck, so that would be the full provision of condition 23.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I'm proposing.
Okay, can we do, are there any other commissioners who want to speak to this before we would take, a vote on that? Something funny happened to my screen. Oh, that's an issue with this one. It's harder for me to see who's got their hand up. Okay. Commissioner Yen.
I'm mute again.
Yeah, you're talking on mute.
Sorry about that. I think third time would be the charm. I would just make a couple of suggestions. One is, I think Rebecca had mentioned the certificate occupancy for the apartment building, and I would actually just do away with the reasonable effort for giving a timeline, and I think that's the key to ensuring that a public process goes through. It's just give the timeline, public process, and I think that would take care of sort of the issue that Nicole was having, that staff would just come across some complications with. If we could just, I think if we do away with that, that might clear that up.
Commissioner Cranston, will you take that as a friendly amendment?
The first one, but not the second. And Nicole, maybe you can chime in here. My experience, the term reasonable effort, with my previous dealing with attorneys, is that if a reasonable person took a look at it and said if they did that, then that would pass the test. What I don't want to have happens if they remove that requirement and 2 years in they make no effort to try to lease the space for retail, then that's not acting in good faith. So to me, the term reasonable effort, they would need to show the staff, here's the listings that I did, here's the people that we talked to. It's not something that's onerous, but it's that they'd have to demonstrate that they in fact tried to market the product.
All right, so that won't be accepted as a friendly amendment. Commissioner Holbrook.
The amendment that was read did not match the amendment that was typed that we saw in a couple of important regards. One was reasonable effort, another was considerable effort. So it'd be nice to be able to see the amendment that's being proposed. Second, I wonder, so the certificate of occupancy, I'm going to ask a rookie question here. Is that granted at the time that the first person can move in? And might it not make more sense for this to be timed, say, a year after or some number of months after the complex has gotten to, say, 70% occupancy or 80% occupancy, given that the viability of the retail business may depend on there being customers local to the complex. And third, I wonder if it might not be better just to say if after reasonable efforts the project is judged not to be economically viable, which allows this whole decision to be punted off to a time when a reasonable person could say, yeah, they've tried it, and we agree this is not economically viable despite their good efforts. And that would take away this whole tricky issue of how many months or years from whatever mark.
Okay, Commissioner Cranston, did you want to make any changes based on that input?
I guess I was responding to Rebecca's feedback that there's something that's specific is key. Asking staff to judge that is it 70% done or 80% done feels like it would be putting an even greater burden on staff to do some evaluation of what that is, whereas a final certificate of occupancy is a piece of paper, it's signed, sealed, and delivered, and it's a very concrete, very tangible item. So I think that's, I'm trying to remove as much as we can staff having to make some kind of a guess in that. So that's why I'd rather see that. And I don't remember the second thing that you were asking about. Apologies.
Well, to the first thing, Vice Chair Cranston, is the certificate of occupancy issued before the first person moves in, or is it issued when the building is full?
So
So maybe I can answer that. The certificate of occupancy is required before the first person can move in.
Okay, so 2 years after the certificate of occupancy is issued, we don't know what percent of the units will be rented or sold. And I guess my suggestion was to key a proposal to some percentage of rented and sold in the complex, which the applicant would need to show for the thing to be considered. So I see that as not putting any burden on staff.
Well, I mean, I think that, in the interest of trying to reach closure, we're working on an existing amendment, and, I'm just going to let Commissioner Cranston decide whether he wants to make changes to that amendment. We can take a vote. If somebody wants to not vote yes for that and then make an alternative one and try to get other people to vote for it, that's okay, but I don't want us to just be an endless discussion about this. It's already been over half an hour. So
I'm comfortable with what Nicole read and would like to stick with that.
Can I, sorry, don't want to make it more muddier than what it is already. Can I share the screen with a modified language, and maybe Nicole and Vice Chair, you can help me edit that so we have a documentation of that? Is that okay?
Here goes.
So that's slightly different than what was read. I'm not sure the most effective way of doing it. I can read it back one more time from the notes that I have, but what's up on the screen is slightly different, and it retains, I think it made it into a couple of sentences. So Diana, would you like me to just read back kind of what I have? Does that work for you, Chair Cox? How do you? Okay. So the first sentence is, as you have it, Diana, this project is required to provide 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. If after 2 years from final certificate of occupancy for the apartment building, the applicant has been unable, despite reasonable efforts, to lease the retail
Nicole, I'm
space.
sorry, I'm just trying to type it, so if you can just slow down a bit.
Yeah, sorry.
So I got, if after 2 years it comes to the certificate of occupancy.
Yep, of the apartment building. Hang on. The applicant has been unable, despite reasonable efforts.
To market the property. The retail tenant space.
Okay, and then Diana, you just actually have to get rid of the if that you inserted there before one of the lines. Yep. Get rid of that if. I think it's yep. Again, is unable to set their reasonable efforts to market the retail tenant space. The retail space. Yeah, and then it just is the retail space may be made available for neighborhood serving uses.
And then actually, if you just delete everything up into
subject to review and approval by the
review and approval, so you keep the, yeah, and then it's just add a with, or subject to, yeah, either way. Yeah, subject to review and approval by the process.
Through a public hearing process, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks much better.
So at this point, the only difference that I will point out is that, you know, instead of saying that a neighborhood surveying use may be allowed, we are saying the space may be made available to. And Nicole, maybe you will be able to provide more direction on that, you know, the difference between made available versus may be allowed.
Well, and I guess, I think we can say maybe allowed versus made available too. I think there was just some crafting of language from what I was hearing, and kind of. So I don't know that there's a difference between maybe, and you can get rid of the made. So maybe allowed for neighborhood serving uses. You'd want to strike the made, but yeah. Yeah. And then just strike that made before the word allowed.
You can say other neighborhood service uses may be allowed, subject to.
Say that again, Eric.
For other neighborhood serving uses.
Yeah. After the comma, other, and then delete the retail space. Okay. Yeah. May be allowed, or delete all that. And then put may be allowed after uses.
Okay, I don't have any other input or comments on this.
Okay. Then I want to be able to see who's got his hand up now. It looks like Commissioner Holbrook does.
No, that's left over.
Oh, yeah, that's left over. Okay. So, I mean, our... I guess I want this not to take the screen, otherwise I can't. Got his hand up. Does anybody else have their hand up right now? Okay. If not, can we? How will we? The problem I'm having is that, you know, with you putting this up on the screen, I know it's good to have that, but I don't know how to make it possible for me to also see who else, because I'm supposed to be looking at who's got their hand up.
Okay, so I stopped sharing.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Yin has her hand up. You want to say something? Commissioner Yin, not on mute, please. You're talking on mute again.
Okay, click on to mute. Okay. Very quickly, instead of other, just non-retail neighborhood serving spaces.
I don't know. Commissioner Cranston, do you want to change the language again?
It's not.
Do you want to just take the vote on that?
In general,
as I said before, I'm okay with going back later and saying, you know, hey, we tried to do this on the fly. We believe that this slight tweak is required in order to make it done. Depending on how we're dismissing it, doesn't feel like this.
I'd rather focus on our intent here rather than getting every.
And that's my second point, actually, is in general, I'm still hesitant on the 2 years. That just seems random. And so I would like for this to go forward to City Council with the note that the timing is something that we would appreciate some feedback on.
Can we take that as two separate votes then? Okay, I'm going to call that we do that, because again, now we're closing in on 45 minutes for this. So here, put up if those who support the change in language as crafted by staff and suggested by Vice Chair Cranston with others' input, would you please put your hand up? And I'm putting my hand up. So I see Commissioner Holbrook, Yin, Lowe, Cranston, Smeezing, Meyer, and myself. So that's a majority, clearly. Okay, so then...
Sorry, just for the record, Chair Cox, was there anybody that didn't have, just for the record, was there anybody that didn't have their hand up? Was there any no? I called everybody.
If anybody didn't have their hand up, say it now, because people would put their hand up and they'd move it down and, that kind of thing, right? So I only saw people putting their hand up. I thought I saw everybody, but if there was somebody who feels differently, say it now. Okay, I'm going to take that as a no, and that we have a unanimous support for this. And then, Commissioner Yin, are you okay with asking that we have a note in the staff report saying that we're flexible on the 2 years and we would like council to think about that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so can we take a show of hands for support for that? I support that. Who else? Anyone? I see Schmeezing, Lowe, Holbrook. Okay, so that's 4 votes. Okay. All right. Okay, so then now we can go on to other issues. Are there any other? Are there any other issues or amendments that people want to discuss about the project? It looks like Commissioner Holbrook has his hand up.
Yeah, I'd just like to note that the findings of fact document that we are likely to be asked to approve soon seems to have some errors on the no retail alternative. There's a sentence that doesn't scan, and then the next section, it looks like the findings for the no retail alternative include a big block of text from the no development alternative. So I would encourage staff to take a look at that and make sure that that's the language that they want us to approve. I don't think it is.
Is there some specific action that we need to take now to deal with that, staff?
Nicole, I don't know if you differ on that, but I think if there's a minor text amendment that can be done, I guess the exhibit has the intent very clearly demonstrated. If there are some minor errors in there, staff can definitely look into that and can rectify it for the council resolutions.
I would just say,
yeah, it's just. Sorry, just so I can clarify. So it's which exhibit is it that needs to be? I know it was like one of the technical documents.
Exhibit 1.
For the EIR resolution, and it's to the EIR document itself that we're talking about?
No.
The findings of fact about the last page or 2, just before the summary, is the no retail alternative, and the first 2 paragraphs after no retail alternative. The one is just missing a couple of words. The other looks like it has an entire section from the previous section there where it doesn't make sense. I mean, it just looks like a block of text wasn't deleted or the proper text wasn't inserted, perhaps. Because it says the no retail alternative would not increase home ownership opportunities and expand the supply of higher density attached for sale product. It would not locate higher density residential units in close proximity. It would not redevelop an underutilized site to allow for higher density housing and proximity jobs. It would not provide amenities. and it goes on, I guess. And that, none of that's true for the no retail alternative.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I must not be seeing the language. I'm looking at the document. You said it was on page 2 of the document?
No, you said the last 2 pages.
So the last 2, so we're talking about the attachment. I just want to be clear what we're talking about. So we're talking about the attachment to the resolution in the CEQA findings. So Exhibit C.
Let's see, which document is this?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm following.
And it would be approximately page 33 of Exhibit 1 staff report.
It is Attachment C, Exhibit 1, Attachment C.
Page 33 of the packet. In that PDF.
Okay.
And 32. Okay. The end of 32 and the first paragraph of 33.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess while we're doing this, I would just make a comment that if, in the future, if people find, what they believe are errors in fact, but not in intent, the documents, it's good to raise those with staff for the hearing. Best use of time.
Yeah, so I think, and this might be consistent with what Diana was indicating, but, I mean, again, I don't know that we need the exact language changes. It is part of the resolution. So at least as long as, I think it should be at least read into the record kind of what the nature of those changes are, so that the amended or made reference to it, well, for the resolution to ultimately be amended, and for there to be clear reference to that when we go to council and convey EPC's recommendation.
So,
I guess
unless the commissioner has any specific language that he would like to point out or suggest as a replacement language, if you can give staff some time to look into the document and suggest changes, if you have any other topics to discuss, or if the commission has any other items to be discussed. That will give staff some time to actually look into the exhibit attachment C and look at the specific language and suggest changes.
So to summarize, I believe what I heard Commissioner Holbrook say, he believes that staff needs to review, and to Nicole's point, that it would be good to read into your recommendation for staff to review and ensure that any incorrect language for the feasibility of the no retail alternative is corrected for the EIR.
Is there any further action that we need to take on that right now, or is there an understanding of staff?
Well, and I don't know if you need I don't know if the commission, they haven't voted on that aspect of it, so I don't know if the commission wants that as part of their recommendation to provide that direction.
For myself, I'm comfortable that staff would come up with good wording that represents the rest of the packet regarding this no retail alternative. I just think that it was a typo that states things that are contrary to what we believe is true, because it's got the wrong section there. If we need to be specific about what those things are, I can take a whack at it. But I would trust staff to this one. I don't know what your choice is, Chair Cox.
If staff is okay with Commissioner Holbrook's suggestion, I would like them to say so, and then we can move on. Okay, that's good. I'll take that as a yes. Okay, I see Commissioner Yen with her hand up. Do you want to speak, Commissioner Yen? You're on mute again.
My hand's not up.
Oh, okay.
I think it's
I haven't
Commissioner
seen you
Lowe.
raise your hand. Okay. Let's see. I see Commissioner Lowe.
Yeah, I wanted to see if we should discuss a little bit about some of the public comments, in particular about the community benefits opportunities for existing residents. That was some of these suggestions that were brought up in the public comments. Should we discuss those here now?
I would like to do that because I had something specific I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Did you have one that you wanted to bring up first?
Yeah, well, I took notes on some of the items that the residents brought up. For example, sprucing up St. Bernard Park or providing safer biking routes for students. I think those two both sound like it would be very beneficial for the existing residents. I do have a question about the suggestion for bringing recycled water from north of 101. I don't really know what that entails. So if staff could offer some input on that, that would be great.
Can you be more specific in terms of what exactly are you looking at when you say bringing the recycled water, bringing it to what extent and in what capacity? And that may help us to actually direct our resources better to understand what parameters we are talking about.
Well, this was a comment raised by one of the persons who spoke. I forget who.
It was Craig Noah.
Okay. So that's all I wrote down. I don't know the details of the ideas behind it. That's why I was hoping staff can shed some light on that.
Yeah, so I think we will need more information in order to understand where do we want to bring the recycled water to. Is it to the project site? Is it to some other community area? Is that the desire? Yeah.
Vice Chair Cranston?
So I raised this question of the applicant, and I can know the question for Renee or otherwise. So in the project proposal, part of the community benefit is adding a pretty major water main and a waste main that would cross through the property and go from North Bay Shore into Mountain. It raises the question in my mind, is there a recycled water pipe that's on one side of 101 and not on the other that could be included in that same easement area to allow more use of reclaimed water into Mountain? So if there is no big, humongous purple pipe that you could connect the two on one side or the other, then the answer is no. If there is, then it would make sense to me that let's put three mains in, one that's for fresh water, one that's for wastewater, and one that's for reclaimed water into that same space. So that to me, that would be a question for staff. If we can use that easement for three pipes instead of two, that would be a good guy.
So this is Renee Gunn from Public Works, yes. So there is a recycled water master plan that lays out where the recycled water system will go in the city. There's a cost-benefit analysis there of where we can serve the most number of office buildings. Because in general, we're putting recycled water into office buildings for dual plumbing, and then for everybody else, dual plumbing and irrigation. So south of 101 is not indicated as a portion in the master plan to connect to recycled water. It was discussed as an alternative, but it's not the direction that council had provided to Public Works. So currently, the plan is for the sewer and the water pipes to come through, and even though it looks like we have a lot of space, we're actually very tight on that corridor that runs through the project.
So it sounds like you're saying it's not a really.
It is both not a real easy thing to do, and it's not the previous direction that we have gotten from council on where to expand the recycled water system.
What I would throw in here to echo some of what Commissioner Lowe is saying, and also to, put a little of my own spin on this. One of the things that I found out with projects like this one, where people who are in existing neighborhoods are not immediately supportive of them, is that they look over to them and they say, I can see how this can be a benefit to people who are moving into the area. I can see where it could be a benefit to, the Bay Area as a region, and also people who want to find a place to live here in Mountain View. But I don't see where there's any benefit to me. And what I think is that, even if you did something, to make the lives of the people who are living in the existing neighborhoods better in some respect, something concrete that you could point to, that would go down a lot better with people than feeling like they were walking away with nothing at all. And, that's why I'm particularly, it seemed like there was an amount of money around the $1 million or something that could be going into the, has some discretion involved in how it could be used. And, the idea of sprucing up that park, that's a very visible thing that people would be able to see. And, they could say that, well, at least we can see that. Like the other thing is that, like if you actually did get a coffee shop or some kind of place that people would like to go and have a meeting place, they could say, like, well, at least I can walk over to the coffee shop, and I couldn't do that before. And that's kind of what I'd like to achieve. And so, if the way to, I don't know exactly the right way to do it, but maybe at least a sense in the staff report, of echoing how that discretionary part of the community offering could be used, and for us to echo some of that we support some of these suggestions. That's a thought I have. Any other comments? Commissioner sneezing.
There we go. I just wanted to echo what you guys are saying, and perhaps it's a recommendation included in the staff report that the community benefit go towards projects of meaning to the neighborhood, such as, e.g., increasing pedestrian and bike safety, especially along school routes for kids, cleaning up the park that was mentioned. Those are the two that really stick out to me that I felt like I heard from multiple people. However, kind of continuing to seek community and neighborhood input on where they want to see the benefits going.
So if I may chime, we have had that discussion in the past as well, so just wanted to refresh everyone's memory. So in past couple of years, working on some gatekeeper projects and bigger development projects which have community benefits, initially we were trying to find specific projects which can be totally funded with the project's community benefit amount in the project's vicinity for the actual neighborhood's benefit. And over the period of time, we have figured out that, in a lot of circumstances, we do not have a very specific project that has already been identified, that where we can actually, I can say, fund the whole project using the community benefit fund coming from a particular project. And that is why, and Renee, I'm speaking for you, but maybe you can chime in a little bit. Our Public Works Department has proposed that, these go towards the CIP fund. It's a common fund. And later on, when the City Council is prioritizing different projects within the capital improvement projects list, those kind of projects can be discussed and can be prioritized, which definitely targets the bike and pedestrian safety improvements or some kind of a traffic improvement, etc. Unless, if the Commission wants to, and that is how we have been doing it for a couple of years now, on larger projects, but which does not have, immense amount of fund that can actually fund the whole project. It is going to a common CIP fund. Renee, do you want to add anything to that?
So one minor point I'd like to add is, even though it sounds like a lot of money to us, even though around $2 million fund for this, it doesn't go very far. And the problem we were running into is when funds were designated for specific projects, we then had to wait for additional funds to fund the rest of that project. And it became very difficult through the CIP process to balance all of those things out. And so we, like Diana said a couple years ago, kind of changed how we were looking at this to make sure all the money was together. And through the CIP process, we could look at it holistically of what needed to be done for the city. Now, through that process, there's lots of room for public input, and all of these things that come up at these public meetings build into that process of where the money came from. Try to keep it in the same area wherever possible, but we try to get the best use out of the funds we have also.
Yeah, I guess I see your concern and the history with it, but I mean, it is one of the comments that I've heard most from people. I mean, even I remember going back 10 years ago to Madera. The idea that we got all the density, but they took the money and put it in a different neighborhood for the community benefit. I really would like to see something, even if it just comes to our making a recommendation of like about the park. That's my thought. Other have their own thought.
So if park is the one of the areas, I think that was identified by a lot of public speakers and also by some of the commissioners. I just want to point out that the project will be paying $15 million in park in lieu fees, and that is the fees that actually goes towards improvements of parks and new parks as well, and maintenance of our existing parks as well. So I think that is something to be considered before making a specific recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Cranston, Vice Chair Cranston.
So I guess maybe then the action is that the EPC recommends that a specific capital improvement project be placed on the next evaluation to improve whatever the name of that park is. And so if we can't earmark the dollars, then let's say we have a specific recommendation is improve that park and make sure that it gets on the next review of the CIP. Can we do that?
Renee, do you have any reservations against that language?
I do not have a concern with the recommendation. I would encourage the EPC members to also participate and comment when we get to the CIP process to City Council also. I'm unsure of how that technically would work, but a recommendation would be fine.
So at this point of time, we do not have a specific recommendation that speaks to community benefit and where it actually gets allotted to, like which area for improvement. But we can certainly add that as a specific EPC recommendation when we discuss that in the City Council staff report. And Nicole, I might just, ask you to chime in on that. Do you think what I'm saying is right?
Yeah, I think so. If EPC wants to make that as a recommendation from the body for the community benefit funds, then that's something that we can include.
Okay. So then, are we talking about making a specific recommendation about park or other things, or how specific we want to get here? Yeah, I see Commissioner Lowe's hand.
I think that neighborhood park is important for the existing residents, and I haven't visited that park, but it sounds like it needs some tender love and care to make it more usable for the residents. And like what Chair Cox said, it's very visible in the neighborhood. So I would think including that will be important. I do have a question about park maintenance and improvement enhancement. Is that considered capital improvement, or does that come from Community Services Department?
That comes from the Community Services Division.
So is that a different review process altogether?
Yeah, ongoing maintenance, I think, is different than upgrades and new parks development. There's a line there, and I think Diana can take some of the feedback we've heard tonight about concern with existing conditions, weeds, and so forth from community members, and funnel that information to our colleagues in community services for review and follow-up. But that is and can be separate and aside from whatever EPC recommendation or recommended language might come out of tonight's discussion regarding upgrades to the park that could benefit the neighborhood. And we're just waiting to hear what EPC's final recommendation.
Commissioner Yap.
I had raised my hand earlier during the discussion. It just occurred to me that one of the staff members, I forgot who, sorry, had mentioned that there were some upcoming projects that had parks included that were nearby. I was just curious which projects were those and where are they, and the timeline. So that might be helpful for the community to know that these were online, in the pipeline, and coming.
We do have a couple of projects on Middlefield, 777 West Middlefield, which was recently approved, and pretty close to the project site is going to have a publicly accessible open space area with amenities and stuff. The project located at 555 West Middlefield, a little farther away from the project site, but also on Middlefield is also in the pipeline. We are currently reviewing it, which might have a 1.36 acre park. Then I know this is a long shot. We have Shenandoah site, which is also, we have a proposal for that. It's kind of slow, but that might include a park as well. There are just a few to name, and then additional spaces that we might see in North Bay Shore.
Okay.
Adding the 555 and 777 sites are the realistic potential near-term park adds. The Shenandoah property is owned by the U.S. government and Army, and I think is unrealistic to identify that as any sort of near-term potential park location.
Okay. And you mean near-term, couple years, few years? 5.
So the challenge with the publicly accessible open space within a private development is more likely to come online earlier than land that is being dedicated for a new public park, because there is a backlog of capital improvement projects for new park development in the city. The 777 Middlefield project has linear, publicly accessible open space with amenities, as Diana noted, as well as actually an off-road bicycle pedestrian connection between Middlefield and Shoreline Boulevard. That project has already been approved by the City Council, and I don't believe that they've submitted their building permits yet, but that project, once it starts construction, Diana, jump in, would likely have those amenities available within 18 to 24 months, typically for a large development, and that's the timeline from when construction begins, and we're not specifically in control of when that happens necessarily.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that the reason they keep bringing up San Barone Park is that park really is, you can walk to that park from the Sterling Estates neighborhood without crossing any major street. Like, 777 is on the other side of Middlefield, 555 is on the other side of Middlefield, and on the other side of Offit Boulevard, right? So, sometimes when it comes, especially to small parks, close to home makes a big difference. So, Vice Chair Krantz.
Yeah, I guess the 777 West Middlefield, I believe all those improvements are part of the project that we approved and submitted to council last year. I don't know that they necessarily need additional funds. I'd be, things like, I agree that trying to improve the bike connection over to Crittenden is a good thing, but it's part of such a bigger network that it'd be hard to make sure it's earmarked, where the reason I suggested, that the specific recommendation for a capital improvement project funded either through the park and lieu fees or the community benefit fees for that park is that it's tangible, it's near the neighborhood, it's something that could be done in a much shorter period of time and provide a direct benefit back to the community. And so I want to give them something back that they can see that's local and that they can feel and touch.
So how about we take that as a recommendation from the EDC? We take a vote on that, or are there other commissioners that want to chime in on that? Yeah, I don't see any, so I'm just going to okay, start to show hands on that. Let's do it. I see myself on that, and then Cranston, Lowe, Holbrook, Schmiesing, Yen, Maymeyer. I think that's everybody. Okay. So yeah, we'll try to have some kind of planning for that. Are there other issues that amendments or considerations that other commissioners want to bring up? We talk about crafting a recommendation. Commissioner report.
Did you call on me, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. A couple. First, I remain a little bit concerned about the guest parking after 8 o'clock. Maybe it's because I've been a guest and I tend to be a later morning person than getting my car moved by 8 o'clock. And a suggestion that I might have, which would also help to monitor the status of this. I'm not proposing this be included in a resolution, but something that the applicant might want to consider is allocate the top 1 or 2 floors of the garage to guest spaces that are earmarked for guests, where the time to exit is not 8 o'clock, but is maybe 9 o'clock on the 5th floor and 10 o'clock on the 6th floor. And you'll be able to see if people are parked in those spots at 9 and 10 o'clock. And that'll help to give a sense for whether or not the demand for guest parking might have been underestimated. We can always adjust things later, but people are not going to want to drive up to the 5th and 6th floors if they don't have a good reason to. And the people that are going to be coming in to the garage for the office space are going to tend to gravitate toward the lower floors anyhow, and so it wouldn't be until later in the day that the upper floors, or later in the morning, I should say, that the upper floors would be made available. That's a suggestion I have for that particular issue or potential issue. thing is I just wanted to underline what I had said earlier, and maybe add a few thoughts to it regarding the noise standard. If the measure for significance was 5 dBA over ambient, and the 2 loudest pieces of equipment operating close to the site of the nearest receptor, who's 200 feet away, gets you to 66.8 dBA ambient, or dBA, including the ambient, then that says that those 2 pieces of machine are contributing 0.8 dBA, which is to say less than 1/6 of what the threshold of significance is. In which case, as I was suggesting earlier, all of the pieces of equipment, and there were 10 of them listed, could be operating at the same time, close to the household, and we still wouldn't get to the 5 dBA threshold. So I think it's an observation I make to invite examination for whether or not we're really protecting anybody from anything here with the standard that apparently has been commonly adopted. Might be a topic to revisit at a future time.
Yeah, I guess my concern about that is simply that when you talk about, taking these things as time averages, it means that, you could have really loud occurrences of noise at specific, like, say for 5 minutes every hour or something like this, but it would average out. And so, it does raise the question of whether or not how useful this measure is. But probably dealing with it tonight is beyond the scope, but I thank Commissioner Holbrook for raising it. Did you have other things you want to raise, Commissioner Brooke?
So I guess one of the commissioners mentioned it, and Vice Chair Cranston kind of spoke against this a bit, or said it was maybe too much to consider. But I noted 2 things that the public mentioned regarding local community improvements. One was the one that we voted on, and the other was protected bike lanes along Terabella to the schools. Is that beyond the scope of what we should be considering tonight, or is that something that we could also suggest council might want to consider as an application of community benefit dollars?
So, Rebecca and Renee, feel free to chime into that. I feel that, at this point of time, in terms of, where the, I'm not in a position to answer whether, what will be the cost associated with protected bike lanes going to the schools in the community, in that particular neighborhood. What will be the timing of that? How much staff time will be required for that? What portion of the community benefit will be going towards, which will be remaining, which will go towards that, and where does it stand in terms of the priority of all the other CIP projects that we have? So I think it's very difficult to answer that. We can certainly add that as something that EPC discussed, if you want, but I feel more comfortable if we can group the suggestions in broader categories, such as, in the past we have done like affordable housing or transportation improvements, bike and pedestrian improvements, something like that.
Yeah, I would only add, I think, the VPC just did have some discussion about whether to broaden the recommendation on community benefits to include other improvements, and if you wish to revisit that recommendation, you can certainly add to that recommendation. The context of prioritizing improvement projects in relationship to the CIP exists in the same way here as it did when we had our earlier discussion. It's within the right of the EPC to make a recommendation to search for ways to prioritize the use of these community benefit funds for certain purposes, and we can fold that language that the EPC agrees on into the council spec.
someone else on staff speak because I didn't catch what Rebecca said?
I think she was breaking up a little bit. So I can try to summarize that, but Rebecca, try to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm saying that, I think there's one thing is we heard one recommendation regarding community benefit funds and where it should go, the $1.28 million that is there, whether it should go towards the updating the neighborhood park. And if we want to revisit that recommendation, we should talk about that. And then the other part, I could not get the other part of it, but from my perspective, I'll just say, we need to, rather than going into a specific project which we don't have the background information on, or prioritization of that project, we suggest we lump the community benefit allocation into broader categories.
And if I'm not breaking up this time, Chair Cox, let me know if you can hear me. I just wanted to again remind CPC of the discussion that Renee and Diana shared earlier regarding some of the challenges and limitations on prioritizing certain projects for these funds in context to the adopted 5-year CIP that we have for improvements citywide.
I would like to add that bicycle lanes on Middlefield Road are included as part in the bike transportation plan, class 2 bike lanes. And I am aware of a repaving project that is happening on Middlefield Road between Ringstorff and Shoreline. That would be repaving and then repainting, striping, and everything through there. So some of the local bike lanes are going to get at least a refresh in the next year or so.
Chair Cox, are you back?
Okay, I'm going to ask if somebody in staff can hear me to put their hand up. Okay. Is anybody else? I'm having a lot of trouble hearing what people are saying from staff. Are other people having the same problem, or it's just nobody else is having this problem? Okay. Maybe the best thing for me to do is to leave the meeting and try to rejoin. Would you agree?
Maybe have you checked your battery?
I'm going to do that.
What happens if he doesn't come back? Vice Chair Cranston?
Yep, somehow I have to figure out how to do all these things he's meeting.
Oh, there he is.
Chair Cox, can you hear us? You're showing that you're on mute right now, Chair Cox? Okay.
It doesn't say I'm on mute.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I think my headset just died. That's what the problem was. Okay. So anyway, but I'm going to talk through the computer. That'll work. So I'm not sure where we left off. I apologize for that. Where are we in the discussion?
If I may be so bold as to try to paraphrase, what I believe Rebecca said was we had a discussion about specifically adding the recommendation of adding a CIP to improve the park. If we would like to have a second recommendation associated with improving a protected bike lane or something like that across Terabala, we either need to go back and reevaluate and add that to the discussion earlier, or as Diana was recommending, simply make it as a broader recommendation that improvements be made on improving bike safety in and out of the area as part of a broader recommendation to the council for their consideration. Is that fair, Rebecca and Diana?
Yes, the reason being we don't know what costs might be associated at this point in time with any particular project that you might recommend.
I mean, my one concern about that is that it seems like any significant project to improve bike lanes of that sort would easily exceed the amount of money that we're talking about. And also because, I mean, I think that in general, bike lanes, the idea of a bike master plan is a more holistic project. And so whereas, I mean, making some improvements to a local park, seems a lot more doable to me. I don't know whether or not, that a lot could be accomplished with the kind of money that we're talking about with bike lanes and how that would fit into the project. So, I'm willing to listen to what people have to say, but that's my concern. What else is that? Commissioner Lowe.
So I feel that it's okay to fold the bike safety item into what Rebecca was suggesting under a broader umbrella of improving bike pedestrian safety for that neighborhood, and just call out the park project.
So I didn't quite understand that. Are you asking for additional language or not?
I actually don't know what that means.
I don't understand your proposal. I guess I'm asking you to restate it.
Diana was recommending. It was what Diana was recommending, which is to say we'd like to say we believe that bike connectivity, safety for children getting to schools should be a priority, and that would be a broader recommendation for inclusion for the use of community benefit funds.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So is that something that we can vote on, or do you want more comment on that? Okay.
I'm on board.
Let's take a show of hands on that then. Okay, I see, Sneezing, Lowe, Cranston, Haymeyer, Holbrook, Yen, and myself. So that's 7. Okay. So, is there other additional language that we want to talk about? I see Commissioner Sneezing.
Sorry, that was a holdover from the vote.
Okay. Let's see. Do I see anybody else? Going once? All right. So I'm going to take that as a no. I think we have our additional recommendations that we'd like to do, and then we need somebody who might want to make a motion. Oh, come on. You guys are good at this. Somebody put their hand up.
Sure.
Vice Chair Cranston.
Yeah, can Zach put the language up there that we got to sit there and try to read through? Commissioner Haymeyer is usually pretty good at jumping in on these kind of things, but it looks like she's ready for bed, so maybe I should be.
I have a screaming 8-month-old in the background. Otherwise, I would join you.
And the other language, I got to start from the beginning here, right? Okay. So I move that the Environmental Planning Commission, number 1, adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council certify the residents at Shoreline Gateway Project Final Environmental Impact Report, EIR, and the Mitigation Monitoring or Reporting Program to be read in title only, further reading waived, Exhibit 1 to the EPC staff report. Number 2, adopt a resolution adopting the City Council approve an amended general plan, land use map for property located at 101 North Shoreline Boulevard, from general industrial to mixed-use center, and related general plan text amendments be read in title only, further reading waived. Exhibit number 2 to the staff report. Number 3, adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve a zoning amendment for the properties located at 101 North Shoreline Boulevard from ML to Limited Industrial and MM General Industrial zoning districts to P Planned Community Zoning District be read in title only, further reading waived. Exhibit 3 of the APC staff report. Next page, please. Number 4, adopt a resolution recommending that City Council approve a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a 7-story, 203-unit apartment building with 2 levels of podium parking and 3,000 square feet of ground for retail commercial space, 7-story, 100 condominium unit building with 2 levels of podium parking and a 6-level office parking structure, and a heritage tree removal permit for the removal of 23 heritage trees on a 7.81 acre lot site located at 101 North Shoreline Boulevard to be read in title only, for further reading waived. Exhibit 4 to the staff report. And a modification to condition 23 to read ground floor commercial area. This project is required to provide 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail space if after 2 years from certificate of occupancy of the apartment building, the applicant is unable, despite their reasonable efforts to market the retail tenant space. Other neighborhood serving uses may be allowed subject to review and approval by the zoning administrator through the public hearing process. Did I get is that it?
What are we doing about the parks and the bike?
You still need to read the adoption of the vesting tentative map.
Okay. And number 5, adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a vesting tentative map to create 4 lots, of which 3 are for condominium purposes, and a common lot at 101 North Shoreline Boulevard. Be read in title only, further reading waived. Exhibit 5 of the staff report. And then I'll call it number 6, that CPC recommends a specific capital improvement program be considered for the improvement of the give me the name, Park?
Barone.
San Barone Park. And that, lastly, EPC recommends consideration of improvements for bike and access to schools be considered as part of use of community benefit fund.
Is there a second? Somebody put their hand up.
Commissioner Hamer.
Okay, Commissioner Hamer, second. Okay, and then how are we going to do this? Going to do a roll call vote, or?
Can I suggest a friendly amendment?
Oh, Commissioner Holbrook wants to make a friendly amendment.
Yeah, that we give staff discretion to correct any editing errors that may have been made to the no retail alternative in Exhibit 1.
Is that okay, Nicole?
Yeah, that's fine. And it was good, based on my prior conversation, it being clear to the staff that consists of.
Can you just summarize that once again? Sorry, I could not hear that.
But we also authorize staff to review the attachment C of Exhibit 1 to ensure that there are no errors or typographic errors or inconsistencies that need to be addressed. Is that fair, Commissioner Holbrook?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have a motion motion by Vice Chair Cranston, seconded by Commissioner Haymeyer. How shall we vote on this? Yeah. You want to do a roll call, or can we just...
roll call vote.
Okay.
If we could do a roll call vote.
Okay, then somebody in staff do the roll call. Is that Planner Abitalabi who needs to do that?
Yes, if he's...
Suresh, you're mute right now.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, we can do a roll call vote.
Okay.
All right.
They're calling names.
Just one moment.
Planner Abitalabi, I was assuming you're going to call the names, or do you want me to do it?
I can call the names.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm just getting situated here. I'll call names in just 1 second. Okay. Commissioner Haymeyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Holbrook.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowe.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmiesing.
Aye.
Commissioner Yin.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cranston.
Aye.
Chair Cox.
Yes.
That is unanimous.
All right. Wow. Well, thank you, staff, applicants, and all commissioners for hard work on that. Let's move on then to our next item, which is...
And Chair Cox, given that the late hour too, if it can be determined by consent of the count of the commission to take up a new item since it is after 10 p.m.
Okay. How do you want to do that? Do we need people just to raise hands on that? Because I don't anticipate it taking more than a few minutes.
Yeah, raising hands is fine.
Okay, let's raise hands on this. How many commissioners are okay with us finishing this up? I see 4 hands. Lowe, Haymeyer, Holbrook, Yim, Schmiesing, Cranston, and myself. I think that's everybody. Okay, so then we will move on to item number 7, updates, requests, and committee reports. Is there any announcement from staff?
Only that I hope everybody is staying healthy and comfortable. And our next meeting is scheduled for May 20th. And we are scheduled to be discussing the SB 743 item, which that would be a recommendation to council on those thresholds and analysis. That's all I have to report, and again, hope everybody is staying healthy, comfortable, and happy in this shelter-in-place time.
Okay. Are there other commissioners that would like to give reports? I'll just make a mention that I had a very interesting, we had a very interesting Livable California meeting last week, and one of the interesting stats that came out of that was the idea that if over the long term after COVID, if this nation could move from the current 6% of people telecommuting to 15%, we might be able to solve all the nation's traffic problems. So just something to keep in mind. Any other reports? All right. If there are no other reports, then I will move to item 8 and adjourn the meeting at 11:41 p.m. until the 20th of May, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Thank you all.